Part 46. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 451. April 25th. Night, London Harbour. Wayne stood at the port dock, took a deep breath, and said intoxicatedly, after breathing it in and out, "The smog here is still the most authentic. Compared with loyal Prussia and serious Ross Federation, Windsor is far ahead in insects and in humanity, and has almost no highlights. But Wayne knows that she is a good country with the best Frankish food and the best Frankish jokes in the world. Politeness, are you Frankish?" It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the air was filled with light fog. After Wayne took the royal family's trump card for himself, the night fog that blocked London became much lighter, and the two relatively weak economic areas in the east and south gradually prospered at night. On the street, you can see groups of workers going to the factory to work overtime. Capitalists are like this. In the past, it was not easy to travel due to the thick fog, and coupled with the ban, it was not easy to adjust the night working hours to implement 2 shifts. Now that the fog is gone, the ban has been lifted, and the war is coming, we must spur the horses to move. Entrepreneurs, you are not working overtime for capital, but for the country, for victory, and for yourself. The familiar smell, the smog here is too authentic. When Wayne returns to London, it's like returning home. Wayne first sent the 2 secretaries back to the library, and then sent Saint Anastasia to the manor. In principle, after the saint's visit to the natural church is over, she should return to the dark church headquarters with the team to report the results of this trip to the Pope and other senior officials. Anastasia's status in the dark church is too high, and she has great self-confidence. In addition, her father Ivan is the Pope, and Wayne is the little white face of the dark goddess in the world. She can go wherever she wants, and no one can control her. Don't ask, it's an oracle. By the way, Wayne arranged the nightway Zi in the Dark Saint's manor. Wayne had a general impression of the slave from the 2 families. He acknowledged her loyalty and said she was a qualified goalkeeper. The soundproof barrier was strong and stable. And because she was too loyal, he did not trust her. Weisa currently had 2 masters, Wayne and the dark goddess Idanis. One person worked 2 jobs. If she was not absolutely loyal, she was absolutely not loyal. Anyway, in Wayne's opinion, if he and Idanis started fighting one day in the future, Weisa would definitely stand on Idanis' side without hesitation. In this way, this night subordinate seemed a bit redundant. Wayne's house was very large, but there was no place for Weisa. He ordered her to go to the manor of the Dark Saint and be responsible for protecting Anastasia. If it was not necessary, Wayne did not intend to meet this night. He was willing to bring her to London for only one purpose. Playing cards. Playing cards with Delane. Wayne remembered clearly that Delane hated Weisa very much. Delane did not say the specific reason. Seeing her refreshed when she beat up Austin, it was probably because she had suffered at the hands of Weisa when she was young. Put these 2 together, the card table must be very lively. There will be a fight in 9 out of 10 cases. Want to see .jpg? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wayne left the Saint Manor, looked at his watch, and looked at the misty night sky. He looked at the sky, pretended to pinch his fingers, and arranged the schedule for the next period of time. In order to give the wings a surprise and to manage time, he did not notify anyone on the return trip. I am worthy of being so smart. Wayne looked around and went straight to the Moonlight Church High Priest Manor according to the principle of proximity. Calculating the time, he just caught up with the High Priest applying night cream. Rough people do rough work, and the High Priest is delicate and not suitable for this kind of physical work, so he should be left to do it. Ah, you still remember to come back. In the living room, seeing Wayne appearing with a smug face, Philomena's eyes lit up with joy, and she snorted coldly, "I thought you were dead outside and forgot about me, but it turns out you are still alive and still remember me." "Mina, I just came back to see you, you said that, I am very sad. In the contemptuous eyes of the twins, the scumbag embraced the high priest's slender waist and went to the second floor. The latter pushed twice and fell weakly into the scumbag's arms. A dead ghost, a baby, all sour and smelly love words that make people goosebumps. Tell me, how many days have you been back? Am I the last one to see you? Philomena sat in front of the dressing table and gave the dead ghost in the mirror a blank look. You are the first one. Wayne felt very aggrieved, and grabbed the high priest's hand and put it on his chest. Listen, I miss you every time I beat it. Really? Philomena looked suspicious, and was not moved by the second-hand love words. Your fiancé, girlfriend, and secretary don't know you are back. Mina, you say that, I am very sad, my heart doesn't beat when I miss you. As Wayne said this, his heart stopped beating. Philomena still didn't believe it. She used to naively think that Wayne was an honest man, and she had picked up a treasure, so she obeyed him and believed everything he said. Later, I found out that the honest man was actually herself, and the scumbag was practicing his skills on her. I still don't believe it, I am definitely not the first one. Then I leave. You dare. Philomena snorted coldly, grabbed the night cream and stuffed it into Wayne's hand. You have been gone for 2 months. Tell me, did you bring back some messy women again? Don't say it, it really happened. Asshole, say something. It's not some random woman, it's the former Dark Knight. Huh. Philomena's beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Wayne in the mirror in surprise. There is already a current Dark Knight, where does the predecessor come from? Normally, a goddess only has one active knight on the chosen continent. Wayne's statement is seriously inconsistent with Philomena's common sense. E=***. Life is not easy, Wayne sighed and talked about the hardships during this period. To tell you the truth, I have been targeted by the Dark Goddess, and I have been having a very unhappy time recently. This trip not only went to the headquarters of the Church of Nature, but also to the headquarters of the Dark Church, where I met with a terrifying being who is very likely to become a god. There was a fight. Wayne looked bitter, looking into the reason. It is the goddess of darkness who instigates discord. You may not know that this goddess likes to train her subordinates and takes pleasure in their pain. Take the Dark Knight as an example. The more painful it is, the stronger the power. Because I was too good, the goddess of darkness took care of me. She wanted to turn me into her slave. If I didn't obey, she arranged a powerful enemy for me, so that I had to obey her training. Philomena was stunned when she heard this. After she came to her senses, she realized that Wayne was in danger during this period and almost lost his life several times. After putting her sour resentment behind, she pressed Wayne on the chair and squeezed him. Shoulders dispel fatigue. She has the demeanor of a good wife and mother, but compared to Chris, she still lacks the demeanor of a big woman. Wayne made a silent comment, hoping that Philomena would learn more from his students. Those who are masters are teachers, not shabby. Thank you for your hard work, it was my fault just now. Philomena raised her hand to brush Wayne's face, held him in her arms with a brainwave, and said distressedly, look at you, you must have suffered a lot, you have lost weight. Wayne nodded repeatedly. He had indeed suffered a lot recently. Anastasia and Senna were too eager to win. They had to decide the winner every time they played in a duel. They said they were unwilling to lose to their old enemies. They kept going back and forth. Did not regard him as a human being at all. Wayne felt bitter in his heart, but he couldn't say that his pleaser personality is like this. He blindly pleases and caters to others, and even saying no seems to be a big mistake. He estimated that he would never be able to correct the disease caused by his childhood. The devil had a bitter look on his face, as if he had thought of something unhappy. Philomena felt extremely distressed, and she made some inquiries to cheer him up. It's okay, I'm very satisfied if I can see you. That's enough, but what you just said really hurt me. I was wrong. Philomena apologized repeatedly and made several unequal treaties, which made Wayne smile again. Hard work is hard work, but danger always comes with opportunities. I narrowly escaped death several times and successfully advanced to the next level. Legendary Mage. Seeing that Wayne avoided the important and took the easy way out of fear of worrying herself, Philomena felt even more distressed and held him tightly in her arms. You became a legendary mage so quickly. That time must have been very dangerous, right? Just thinking about you brings me through this. The corners of Philomena's eyes turned red, feeling sad and distressed. She picked up the pervert's face and kissed it. The thunder from the sky stirred up the fire on the earth, and it was out of control. Bathroom. Wayne was lying in the bathtub with the cold white-skinned moonlight elf in his arms. His fingertips brushed against the delicate porcelain white skin, spreading a little pink. Philomena squinted her eyes and turned back to her human form, rubbing her ears and temples together with affection. By the way, is Delane back? Philomena rolled her eyes coldly at Wayne. Why, are you really planning on Delian? Who are you looking down on? I don't even want this kind of card guy to give to me. Here's the thing. There is such a thing. Philomena's eyes lit up, and she was very interested in the card game between the two knights, and then regretted. She returned to the frozen continent to change her guard, and will not be able to come back for a long time. Now is the time when the Sun Knight is active. I heard that I came to London some time ago and disappeared after that. Sun Knight Leo comes to London? Wayne raised his eyebrows, guessing that Leo came to see his knights, Mr. and Mrs. Cushing, and Willie. In the other world, William became the new Sun Knight. In the corresponding world, Willie is qualified to become the next Sun Knight. I don't know if she has been recognized by the proverbs of the morning. If it works, tisk tisk. Willie has always been thinking about slaying the dragon, and wins the battle, personally taking back the princess who was occupied by the evil dragon. I didn't have that ability before, and I was knocked down by the evil dragon's knife many times. I had to rely on being cute to survive in the world. Now that I have the ability, the Wayne house must be very lively. Boss, do you still know how to come back? In the detective agency, Mona was sitting behind her desk. When she saw Wayne pushing the door open and walking in, she raised her hand to adjust her glasses. When I put it down, I set up a soundproof barrier. I just arrived. I came to see you as soon as I landed. I miss you so much. Mona, you are beautiful again. Wayne stepped forward and hugged the secretary, giving him a loving look. After a few deep kisses, he changed into the boss sitting on the boss's chair and the secretary sitting on the whip. Mona naturally didn't believe Wayne's lies. She didn't say anything more and asked if the trip was smooth sailing. Wayne speaks human words to people and lies to ghosts, dealing with different wings. Except for copying the first sentence, the rest of the dialogue has different emphases. For example, Mona hates the devil, so Wayne seizes the devil and writes about it. On this trip to the Prussian capital of Borough, I expelled the two demon kings of gluttony and fury. Waby, I destroyed the devil container in the projection space of the abyss, and also cleaned up the hidden dangers of the gate of hell. Babu, they are too strong. Wayne recounted the hardships of the trip and threw himself into his secretary's arms. I work so hard, you must give me a reward. It stands to reason that when it comes to hell demons at the level of demon kings, there should be a login account for Archangel Heshino. This was indeed the case. When he learned that the two demon kings had come to the world, Hexiuno was almost anxious to death and asked Mona to give up his position. There were many details that Wayne did not explain clearly, and she wanted to confirm them in person. Unfortunately not. After not seeing Wayne for 2 months, the secretary himself felt that there was not enough time, so how could he share it with Hexuno? Mona, just wait there. It's not too late to ask you about the devil's matter after I finish reporting my work to the boss. The camera turned and the night was getting dark. Arrive at the secretary's house. After Mona reported her work, she asked her Hanat to take over. The latter took over the freshly baked puffs and immediately gritted his teeth and turned his fists white with anger. You scolded me, why didn't you say anything? X2. Realizing that there was an interesting soul under his body, Wayne said with a serious face, Herr Hanat, on this trip to the Prussian capital of Borough, I expelled, Bab, they are too strong. I have seen blood for heaven, I have injured my waist for heaven. I did this all for you, you must give me a reward. Boss, I am Mona, not Hexiunyo, Hishiunyo said in Mona's tone. Impossible, Mona knows about me and will only say that she is Heshino. Wayne looked forward to the reward and punishment, he didn't choose. Hexiuno's eyes twitched, he took a deep breath, and smiled forcefully, Wayne, you did a good job and did not insult the glory of heaven, but, you go out first. What are you going out for? I don't understand what you are saying. Hexuno's face was ashen and he cursed loudly, saying he was scum, shameless, and shameless. His poor vocabulary made Wayne scream. This is it, I have been thinking about it day and night for 2 months. 108 ways to make puffs. Hexiunyo's long hair was lying in Wayne's arms. He hated the shameless scum very much, but he hated it anyway. He couldn't leave work behind. He said in a cold voice, Boss, I let you down. I am really Mona. Okay, represents the pure archangel. Tigano. Hexiuno felt a pain in his chest and turned his head to look away. Deep in his heart, he sprayed wildly at Mona. 2 minutes later, she took a deep breath and said, Boss, no matter how you think, I am Mona. No problem, pure archangel. Hexiuno's chest hurt even more, and he gritted his teeth and said, about the 2 demon kings of hell, what exactly is going on? Is your physique attracting demons again? The situation is like this. Wayne described the situation in Prussia, mentioned the 2 reincarnated angels, and showed information on the evolution of mechanical weapons. The walking at that time. Wait a minute, isn't it just gluttony and rage? The Lord of has also arrived. You misunderstood. The name of the walking woman is Hea. You know her. She is an angel. Her name in heaven is Frey. Frey. After learning the name of his old subordinate, Hexiuno's expression changed drastically, and he worriedly said, why did she get in touch with the Lord of Death? That is not a strong enemy she can fight against. What is her current situation? She is not contaminated by the 7 deadly sins bar. You misunderstood again. Hexiuno looked confused and became more and more confused as she listened. It wasn't until Wayne explained clearly that she understood what happened. You used my name to tease her, called her a walking, and tried to corrupt her. Hexiuno sat up, grabbed the quilt to cover his body, and glared at Wayne, how could you do this? She will misunderstand. Hexuno asked Wayne to pretend to be himself, not only because he was worried about the existence of a powerful demon king in London, but also because he wanted to refuse contact with other reincarnated angels. With her current appearance, she would just die in society, so she might as well play the role of Sister Mona honestly. No, as the purity among the 7 virtues, she represents the purity of all angels. She cannot be called death, but should be called betrayal. She makes the whole heaven lose face and is a heinous person. The original intention was not to show up, but it turned out that Wayne's random manipulation caused her old subordinates to misunderstand that her personality had changed drastically. She was serious in heaven, but indulged in self-indulgence in the world. She was a bastard angel with different appearances and duplicities. For a moment, a lovely scream came from his throat, and he wanted to die. Why are you so sad, aren't you Mona? Yes, I am Mona, the most powerful person in this world. There is no such thing as Archangel Heshino. Hexyuno's eyes were red, his silver teeth were clenched and he glared at Wayne, wishing he could die with him. Wayne. From the Archangel's golden eyes with awe-inspiring holy intentions, he saw a fire, which he didn't quite understand. He felt like he wanted to eat people, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Hexuno stared at Wayne's neck, thinking about pulling out the sword of oath to bleed him. He knew that Mona would not agree and would not be able to do it, but this did not prevent her from fantasizing. Hexyuno, actually. Mona. Heshino, actually you should thank me. Before leaving, the Walking asked to come to London to be my secretary. I took your face into consideration and decisively rejected her. Wayne grabbed Hexyuno's little hand. For you, I rejected an angel who threw himself into his arms. Maybe it's love. Shameless. Who made me lose my face? Hexyuno grinned at his teeth and said with difficulty, Boss, I thank you on behalf of Hexyuno. It's not important. The Walking has already told me about the purpose of the reincarnated angel coming to the world. I'm very curious. Wait a minute, why didn't she say anything? Hexyuno's face was pale and his mentality was broken. Isn't it because your stigmata works so well? I stuck out my tongue and asked her in the name of assessment, and she did everything. Poof. Hexyuno was hit by a sword in the chest. He felt uncomfortable and did not want to speak. Do you have any clues about our father's successor in the human world, the Holy Son? Wayne asked curiously. Why do you ask all this? Her Hano warned. She admitted that Wayne was an excellent exorcist who was never soft on the devil and was trustworthy in this regard. However, Wayne was not merciless to Angel either. From personal experience, every time Mona pushed her out, the shameless bastard got even more enthusiastic. Hexuno had every reason to believe that once the Holy Son was found by Wayne, he would most likely suffer. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. Wayne pointed to his innocent face and blinked shyly. Is it possible that I am the Holy Son you are looking for? Hexyuno said nothing, turned his head, covered his mouth, and shrugged his shoulders. Wayne. It was my first time to make an archangel laugh, so happy. Don't get me wrong, I just thought of happy things. Seeing Wayne's unhappy face, Heshino tightened the quilt around him and said with an upward smile, purity, diligence, generosity, humility, gentleness, temperance, tolerance, these are the 7 virtues of heaven, corresponding to the 7 deadly sins of hell, each with every angel engraved in my heart. His Highness the Holy Son possesses all virtues and is the purest existence in the world. You. Hexuno rolled his eyes at Wayne and let him figure it out. Nonsense, how can there be such a perfect person? Wayne said unhappily. His Royal Highness the Holy Son is such a person. Haha, you still represent the Archangel of Purity, but you are also covered in filth. Hexuno glared at Wayne and told him to take back his words. Wayne snorted and reluctantly took it back. On the other side, in Hexyuno's heart, Mona slowly spoke, saying that her boss was jealous, and Hexyuno should not praise another man in front of Wayne and describe him as perfect. Regarding Hexyuno's words today, Wayne was originally just curious about the Holy Son, but now he must be holding back bad moves and preparing to deal with him. Hexyuno responded with a sneer. Wayne would not be jealous of her. Wayne was only possessive and evil towards her. If he had to say he was dissatisfied, it was also because of his possessive selfishness. So why are you angry? I think you don't understand at all. Mona sighed, seeing that Wayne didn't speak and Hexyuno didn't speak either. The two of them just froze, and simply took over their bodies and took the initiative to lean into Wayne's arms. Boss, I'm Mona. Wayne rolled his eyes, really treating him like a child. Wayne didn't want to talk to Hexyuno, and Hexyuno didn't want to talk to Wayne. Mona, as the intermediary, was responsible for passing the message, Boss, Regarding the mission of the reincarnated angel coming, I have some impressions in my memory. I can answer your question. The secretary was gentle and considerate, and she spoke nicely. Wayne liked her the most. He lowered his head to kiss her and said, "I think I am the Son of God, and it is not without any basis. First of all, wherever I go, there is a devil's physique. No archangel is as good at provoking devils as I am, and this is definitely not a coincidence. Secondly, you are the reincarnation of the archangel in the human world. Before you awakened, you were my secretary. After you awakened, you were unable to do anything to me. How could it be such a coincidence?" At last, Wayne couldn't make up any more and couldn't come up with 3 reasons, so he said, "In short, this is all the arrangement of Heavenly Father. The Archangel found the Son of God in the world, and personally baptized him, allowing him to feel the glory of heaven, and for it points the way." Mona listened to Hexyuno's scolding and Wayne's shameless words. Her head hurt. She raised her hand and rubbed her temples. "Boss, you are right. If there is a Holy Son in the world, it must be you." "Yeah, I knew it." Wayne snorted, "It's not like some short-sighted archangels who refuse to believe the facts when they are right in front of them." "Boss, stop talking, they're already crazy over there. By the way, are you crazy over there? If not, please ask me what the prophecy in heaven is about. Is the Father really gone? What is heaven's attitude toward the Son, and who is the Vice President of heaven? Is there a possibility that the Holy Son is a human being, and the angels with their eyes above the sky look down on humans, arrogantly saying that they are the living beings closest to the Father? The moment the Holy Son sets foot in heaven, there will be some archangel stand up and rebel, and 1/3 of the angels stand with him." Wayne asked a series of questions, but Mona did not answer them directly. She asked Hexyuno to tell him honestly. "Be obedient and cooperate so that everyone can worry less, otherwise I will turn you into a puff next time." Hexyuno dismissed this threat. This was not the first time that she had become a puff. After breaking through 0, such words had no deterrent effect at all. Finally, Hexyuno finally spoke out. Without him, it was not to ease the relationship with Wayne, but to merge the memories after awakening. Even if she didn't say it, Mona could remember it on her own. "Boss, Heshino said that there is indeed a deputy king in heaven, Michael, the angel who appears most often in the Bible and is also the most powerful angel. Michael is one of the 4 archangels, seraph, representing fire among the 4 elements and humility among the 7 virtues. He is as powerful as a god. Such an angel does appear in the Bible." Wayne touched his chin. The 4 elements he was closest to were fire. According to his common sense, fire has always been linked to desire. For magicians, being close to the fire element represented lust. Lust and humility. Even if it is not an antonym, it is difficult to draw an equal sign. The prophecy comes from the interpretation of another archangel. Before Heavenly Father transcended all things, he left a prophecy. It must be opened and interpreted at the right time. Mona then spread the message, heaven is loyal to Heavenly Father. All angels are willing to follow Father's steps and listen to Father's teachings. All angels have an attitude of acceptance and approval for his designated successor. Boss, your worries don't exist. Heaven is very stable and all angels are peaceful. There won't be 1/3 of the angels who are disobedient and refuse to recognize the leadership of the Son. What if there is? Wayne raised his eyebrows. If so, I will do whatever you want me to do from now on. Mona's style changed and she turned into Heshino facing Wayne. Wayne snorted coldly, I'm betting on your arrogant attitude. Snort. Ha. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 452. Night. Fog, stars, and sparse trees. Wayne's house. A shadow sneaked into the backyard and moved cautiously towards the big house. Wayne. Before coming here, I called the housekeeper. FLA, if a thief sneaks in tonight, just pretend nothing happened. He is the thief. After dealing with the high priest and the secretary, Wayne's schedule became well organized. Chris and Willie from Wayne's house were put in the front, and Veronica from Landau Manor was put at the end. After Veronica was taken care of, it was time to meet with Old Deng to report the progress of the work on this trip. He was so busy. In the bedroom, Wayne turned the doorknob and found it was locked. He waved his hand gently and opened it, and then there was a commotion in the master bedroom. Wayne turned on the light and looked at the three heads wrapped in quilts. He was silent. Veronica, Willie, and Chris were all there. It was quite lively. Why is Willie in the middle? Logically, Chris should be more popular, and the chance of being hugged by the senior sister is the highest. Wayne, you're back. Asshole, you still know how to come back. Wayne. Sorry, I went to the wrong door, my house is not like this. Wayne left the room expressionlessly. He opened the door the wrong way just now. He closed the door and opened it again, and there were still three heads squeezed on the bed. Okay, you don't want to call me when you open the silver party, right? Wayne had a dark face, closed the door with his backhand, and waved his hand to pull down a soundproof barrier. Seeing him pull out his belt and prepare to beat someone, the three little ones were in a panic. Chris jumped off the bed, Veronica and Willie bumped into each other, the former rubbed her head and was fine, and the latter rolled her eyes and fell down in response. Under the quilt, the three were wearing neat pajamas, and there was no picture as Wayne imagined. Wayne, listen to my explanation, it's not like that. Chris blushed, hesitantly began to quibble, hesitant to speak, like a panic of being caught by her husband for cheating, not knowing where to start. The situation on this bed is far more complicated than being caught by her husband for cheating, because the person being cheated on is her husband's. Rounding it off, Wayne already has a wolf catching the sheep above his head. Don't be in a hurry, talk slowly, the night is still long, there is plenty of time. Wayne snorted and asked Chris to tell the truth about what ridiculous things the trio had done behind his back in the past 2 months. There was nothing ridiculous, very serious girlfriends sleeping in the same bed. If someone had to say that someone was not disciplined, it could only be the little slut Veronica. Time went back more than 2 months ago, since Wayne put Veronica and Chris in the same bed. Veronica got the body of Bayu Egwang, and she thought about it day and night, and often stayed at Wayne's house in the name of looking after her fiancé. Sleeping in the master bedroom while looking after the fiancé is not excessive, right? Not excessive. When her fiancé is not at home, she helps to look after his girlfriend to prevent any pervert from attacking Bayu Egwang at night. Not excessive, right? Not excessive. As for who the pervert is, there is no need to think about it, it must be Wilai. The senior sister is so fragrant, and Wayne is not at home, Wilai will definitely extend her claws to the senior sister. Bah, beast. So, Veronica moved into the master bedroom openly, hugged Bayu Egwang's arm, smelled the fragrance between Bayu Egwang's hair, and slept well. She didn't sleep well at all. Bayu Egwang was right next to her, how could she sleep at her age? Chris was panicked, fearing that Veronica would get angry, and she called Wilai decisively and let her sleep in the middle. This way she was safe. Willie. Forget it, let it be. This family will fall apart sooner or later without her. In the end, it was all Wayne's fault. Veronica was just looking forward to Bayu Egwang and had a little fantasy of being close to her senior sister. She only dared to think about it in her dreams and never considered turning it into reality. Once she got what she wanted, she couldn't hold it back. Tisk, tisk, your circle is so messy. Wayne stood by the bed, in front of him was Willie who was groggy, Chris who covered her face and was ashamed to see people, and Veronica who covered her head on the pillow. She was caught cheating by her fiancé and was extremely angry. Although there was something wrong, the general meaning was the same. I came to see you as soon as I got back, but you put on such a show for me. Wayne sighed, holding his chest and said, I am so disappointed. I will take a shower to get rid of the dust from the starry night and the fatigue from running around. You stay here and reflect on yourself. OX2. Without a subject, Chris and Veronica both felt that Wayne was talking about her. Willie couldn't do it. She was hit by the faucet and did sit UPS. She sat up and giggled for a while, and then lay down and hummed. She hasn't woken up yet. The sound of water dripping came from the bathroom, as well as the sad love song of being cheated by a scumbag. Chris knew that there was some acting in it, but she couldn't help blaming herself. She turned her head and saw Willie doing sit UPS and Veronica burying her head in the pillow and wailing. Two insignificant guys were useless at the critical moment. Chris gritted her teeth and got up and walked to the bathroom. She pushed the door open, looked out, and saw Wayne lying obediently in the bathtub. She locked the bathroom door, unbuttoned her pajamas, and got in. Wayne, what you saw just now was all a misunderstanding. I know, it's all Veronica's fault. The little slut has been lusting after you, right? Not really, Veronica is very well behaved. So I'm being unreasonable. Chrissy was angry and funny. She was taken into Wayne's arms and whispered in his ear, I miss you. Me too, I'll come find you as soon as I land. Seriously, you must be lying to me. Well, that's very kind of you. Chris didn't refute anything and accepted the lie calmly. She asked Wayne about his situation during this period. Her eyes were red when she heard about the hard work and several close calls. It's okay, I'm back in one piece. Wayne held Chris's hand, intertwined their fingers, and said forehead to forehead, I'll tell you some good news, I'm a legendary mage. Wayne told the story of this period, deleting and deleting, excluding the day, leaving only Chang, choosing what sounded good, exaggerating the crisis experience by the way, and describing the world outside London as a hell on earth. There are devils everywhere and warmongers everywhere, but he is the only good person in the world. Chrissy was amused, their eyes met, and her breathing accelerated. Hey, who is singing? Veronica raised her head slightly and looked at the closed bathroom door. Bayu Egwang's melodious singing and the sound of her fiancé's rhythmic accompaniment came to her ears. She was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth. Bayu Egwang was humiliated, and her fiancé stole someone next door. It was a double blow, which was very bad. Hey, where did senior sister go? Willie sat up, tilted her head, and thought seriously, I remember that I just hit a steel plate. Where did the steel plate come from in the bedroom? Wait a minute, who is in the bathroom? I'll go over and see, senior sister. He must have fallen in the bathtub. Bang. Veronica took back the knife, and next to her was Willie, whose forehead was smoking. Nonsense, how could senior sister fall? Veronica snorted and glanced at the bathroom, getting angrier as she thought about it. My fiancé has been away for 2 months. When he returned to London, the first thing he did not go to Landau Manor to find her was to come to his own house to steal Bayu Egwang. It was simply unreasonable. Go catch the rapist now. Veronica came to the bathroom door angrily and was about to kick the door open when she vaguely heard a low groan. Her feet went weak and she blushed without daring to make a move. Judging from the sound, Chris did fall. What should I do? Should I go in and save people? What if it's a misunderstanding? Veronica's face turned green and white, and she carefully pressed against the door, wanting to hear whether Chris had fallen. At this time, the door opened suddenly, a hand stretched out, hugged Veronica's waist, and lifted her in with a cry of surprise. Bang! The bathroom door is closed tightly. Willie sat up and sighed, really, everyone is so careless. Just forget about the senior sister falling in the bathtub. After all, she has a bad sense of balance. Veronica doesn't have such troubles. I guess, I was taken down when I was trying to get my senior sister. Yes, that's it. I really have no choice but to save them. I am really heartbroken for this family. Willie wandered to the bathroom door, opened the door, was caught, and closed the door, 3 times in one go, and she was able to do it smoothly. Female, male, female, female. Female, female. Comma. Rape, male. Chrissy, don't go too far, who among us is having a harem? Landau Manor. Wayne rushed around for several days and brought Veronica back on May 3rd. She looked very energetic, but her back looked a little bleak. In the study, after receiving a call from home, Sci-fi skipped work and hurried back, hugging her dear son, whom she hadn't seen for 2 months, to greet her. Snort. Veronica crossed her arms and snorted coldly from the side. Yes, yes, she picked it up, Wayne Landau is her biological child. Who are you talking about? What are you doing in a daze? You're going to make tea. You don't have any eyesight at all. Veronica left the study with a dark face and went to make tea. That's pretty much it. After driving away the disobedient daughter-in-law, Sci-fi used the tone of an evil mother-in-law and made a small report in front of her son. You don't even know that when you are not at home, this girl looks at me from the slit of her eyes. It's really annoying. That arrogance makes me angry now just thinking about it. Well, as long as you are happy. Sci-fi pushed Wayne down on the sofa in the study room. When the high priest of the division met the high priest of the oracle, he wanted to give Shangfeng a squeeze on his shoulders, so as not to cause Shangfeng to put on his shoes if he was not well received. Hearing the yin and yang in her words, Wayne dared not show off the majesty of the oracle high priest. He turned around and asked her to sit on the sofa, squeezing his shoulders obediently. Teacher, how are the skills of the oracle high priest? Is the strength good? It's good. She's much better than the fiancée you found. She was very harsh and wanted to strangle me to death. Sci-fi covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I'll take care of her when we get back, Wayne chuckled. I feel comfortable listening to these words. He is worthy of being an oracle high priest. He speaks well and has good craftsmanship. Teacher, are you unhappy because you didn't become the high priest of the oracle, but your student did, and you suspect there is a shady secret behind it? Wayne cursed in his heart. If he thought so, she was right. There was indeed a shady story involving power and sex. High priest oracle, say a few more words, I would like to hear them. Look at what you said. The Pope speaks better and has better craftsmanship. Let her serve you later. Forget it, she is so strong, I can't stand her manipulation. Sci-fi complained, what is she thinking? The church is in need of people, why didn't she promote me to the headquarters? After all, I am her student, her mother, right? Yes, it's too outrageous. Wayne nodded. Senna did have this plan, but he rejected it on the spot, so Sci-fi didn't get promoted to the church headquarters. This kind of thing can only be said to Austin. It is safer for Sci-fi to take the blame. Is it true? Sci-fi turned back in surprise. Yes, it's true. Sci-fi looked strange. Although she had revealed her cards before, the truth was in front of her, and she was still a little unbelievable. She said doubtfully, I know that woman. She has a bad temper, is paranoid, arrogant and unreasonable. How did you subdue her? Add the evolved white foam, and then leave it for a while, and it will be done. Senna was purely an accident. Like Anastasia, Wayne disliked the former and respected the latter. He didn't intend to provoke these two. Various accidents and coincidences turned it into the current shape. These words cannot be said, Wayne hesitated, saying that feelings are something that cannot be stopped once they come, maybe the elder sister likes younger ones. She is the elder sister, and the old witch is more like it. Sci-fi snorted twice, clenched her fist and coughed lightly. There are some things I shouldn't say, but if I don't say it, it's not appropriate for others to say it. Although the old witch is a bad person, she is indeed very beautiful. You should take care of your body. At her age, in short, you should be careful and don't be fooled by her. Students have learned. Wayne was massaging the shoulders of the district high priest as the oracle high priest, and he was as obedient as a son. The study door was pushed open, and Austin led Megan in. You still know to come back, Austin said coldly. Wayne. Winky face, no, is this your line? For the first time, Wayne found evidence that Veronica was Austin's biological daughter. After 2 months of not seeing each other, the opening remarks were exactly the same. Speak up. Hey, Austin, how do you know I'm a legendary wizard? X3. Sci-fi was surprised and stood up to hold her son in her arms. Megan cast a happy look and silently congratulated the young master on his further progress on the road of magic. Austin's face was dark and he staggered back a step. Seeing Wayne become a legendary wizard, he felt more uncomfortable than his realm falling from the hexagram. There is no personal grudge, but it's uncomfortable. Wayne pushed away Sci-fi, who was increasingly doting on him, and pressed him on the sofa to continue to pinch his shoulders. In addition, I also became the oracle high priest of the church. Things over there have been settled. Teacher Senna has become the new pope. Naturally, the church will no longer have unclear relations with Prussia. What about the former pope? I haven't heard from him. Is he under house arrest? Austin frowned. I don't know. He may be dead. Wayne blinked. Austin was silent after hearing this. His neck was a little cold. He always felt that Wayne was referring to something when he spoke. The Church of Nature still has 3 oracle high priests. What is their attitude now? Why haven't they disappeared? Are you sure there is no problem with the church? Austin asked. The church must not be left behind. This is very critical. The oracle high priests are all legendary wizards. What are you, a silver, meddling in the affairs of legendary wizards? You act like you know everything. Wayne snorted. You can't say that. Some people look like small silvers on the surface, but they are actually dark knights behind the scenes. They are fierce to their wives at home and scold their sons outside. They are so powerful. Sci-fi snorted. Teacher, who is so arrogant? It's so hateful. Then I don't know. After all, they are dark knights. I dare not say or ask. Seeing the two people's weirdness and Megan snickering behind them, Austin stretched his face and spun the ancient silver coin in his hand as if it were Wayne. When Wayne was away, Austin was afraid that something would happen to him and he would not complete the task smoothly. He was worried every day and couldn't sleep. Now that he is back, he wishes he would die outside, so that the world would have one less scourge and the Landau family would be at peace. It's good to be back. Austin said reluctantly, and then said, Go to my study, I have something to tell you. National affairs, you have succeeded in the rebellion, and there are some things you must face. You can also talk in my study. Hi snorted coldly, very annoyed that the father and son were hiding in the corner and talking about it, which made her and her daughter-in-law redundant and useless. If you are so disgusted, why did you find a wife in the first place? Bah, scumbag. Austin was so headache, not understanding where he had offended his wife again. If he had stayed up late to work overtime recently and had been working with the Queen, he had explained it clearly and was beaten. In the past 2 months, the situation has been very tense, and he has to work permanently, and he has no choice. Blame Wayne if you want to blame. If it is not for the success of the cleansing of the court, it is the Queen who should suffer, and it has nothing to do with him. Megan had just set up a soundproof barrier when she heard someone knocking on the door. Veronica prepared black tea for her mother-in-law and walked in with teacups and teapots. Seeing the little white flower who had only been poisoned by Wayne, Austin didn't want to say something to her face, so he waved his hand and said, "Megan, prepare a dinner to welcome the young master." The camera turned. Austin's study. After the dinner, Xi-Fei's resentment for not being promoted faded a little. Seeing her husband and son secretly leave, she didn't say anything, so the father and son were able to reunite in the study. "What?" Wayne stood up in surprise and said in disbelief, "How do you know that I am a legendary wizard?" "Austin, Are you done? Just say it once, why do you have to say it twice? It's just a legendary wizard. Could he be envious? Strange, you are just a little silver wizard, you shouldn't know it." Which link leaked the news, Wayne muttered and sat back on the sofa. "Don't be funny, tell me what happened recently, why did it take so long?" 2 months, Aston said expressionlessly. Osteria Natural Church, killing Pope Ludwig, Ross Federation Dark Church, killing Great Sage Cain, Prussian Burrow, driving away the two demon kings of wrath and gluttony. Facing Aston, Wayne had nothing to hide, and told the truth about his experience during this period, including the two reincarnated angels. Of course, the daily interactions were not mentioned, but hard training was changed. "It is because I study hard every day that I can be promoted to a legendary wizard. Austin, if you spend more time on meditation like me instead of thinking about making money and burning warehouses, you will also." Wayne stopped encouraging halfway through his words and apologized, "Sorry, I forgot that people's physiques cannot be generalized. I am a genius and you are mediocre. What I can do, you will never be able to do in your lifetime." Austin's breathing quickened. He hadn't seen this disgusting face for 2 months and was so angry that he wanted to find a cement bucket. He took a deep breath. Where is the former Dark Knight? Can she still use Twilight Despair? "Hey, you didn't ask about such an important matter, and ask Nightwise first." Wayne smiled playfully. "What's wrong, are you worried that you won't have Twilight Despair and won't be able to speak tough at home?" "Whatever you say, I'm the head of the family anyway." "Soon it won't be." Wayne took the world map from the desk and pointed to the impregnable defense line and said, "Look here, just one penetration, Frank's ultimate defense will become a decoration, and then the whole line will collapse, and Prussia's steel torrent will flow unimpeded in the heart of Frank." "You have said this before." Austin said, "According to your request, I reminded the Frankish authorities on behalf of Windsor officials. They humbly accepted the advice and strengthened a line of defense here." Austin pointed to an empty forest in the back and drew a new line of defense with a pencil. He didn't seek to stop Prussia's lightning chariot, but at least he could delay the progress of the army and buy precious time for strategic adjustment. Wayne had made a bet with Austin before. If the defense line was broken, Austin would resign and Wayne would become the head of the family. Otherwise, Austin would remain the head of the family and Wayne would not be sarcastic. Wayne wanted to win, and he wanted to see Frank stop the million-strong Prussian army, so he reminded him several times and asked Austin to talk to Frank's top officials in the name of Windsor. "Will it work?" Wayne looked at the new defense line. "It depends on the weather." Austin shook his head slightly. A temporary defense line, due to lack of money, the fortifications were very ordinary, and the garrison was not the main force of the army. Frank humbly accepted Windsor's suggestion and expressed affirmation of the century-old friendship between the two sides, but as a sovereign state, Frank had its own strategic deployment and would not make temporary changes because of Windsor's proposal. Moreover, what Windsor could think of, Frank could also think of. The military leaders were not fools. They did not set up defenses at key passes, and naturally they had made strategic considerations after repeated deductions. "This line of defense is probably not going to hold." Wayne sighed and said to the outside, "Little mother, clean up Austin's room. Veronica and I will move to the master bedroom in the future, and Austin will sleep in the villa of the young master in the future." Austin had a dark face and didn't say anything. After Wayne calmed down, he said, "There are scouts on the front line. The main force of Prussia is opposite the line of defense. It can be held. Whether it can be held or not will only take 2 days. I am too lazy to argue with you." Wayne looked at the map, his eyes focused on Paris, the capital of France. After a moment of silence, he said, "If this line of defense collapses, I will go to Paris." "Why go there?" Austin frowned. As far as he knew, Wayne was very afraid of the Death Knight. Before Prussia, eliminate the hidden dangers of the Gate of Hell, and by the way. Wayne raised his head and said solemnly, "Give death a freedom." You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 453. Wayne House, Backyard. The owl Axu squatted on the branch, her cat eyes widening. Unlike other nocturnal cats, the snowy owl, also known as the white owl, likes to be active during the day. The white cat squats in the tree without any sense of violation. Not far away, night teacher Valkyrie was teaching Willy how to shoot. Valkyrie is an old knight. He is proficient in all 18 martial arts. He can dismount with a sword, mount a horse with a spear, make a staff and hold a shield. He is also a famous master in teaching spear skills. As for why he gave up the dragon-slaying swordsmanship and started learning spearmanship, the reason is simple. Delane was introduced to the Sun Knight William in the real world by Wayne. William has an optimistic personality and can be called a walking positive energy. And because of his hobby of playing cards, Delane admires him quite a lot. The boy is a good paper figure and has strong chest muscles. We will continue playing cards when we return to the outside world. Duplicity, William becomes Willy. Delane liked her even more, so he returned to the frozen continent for a shift and explained the matter to Leo, the current Sun Knight. Firstly, he really admired Willy, and secondly, Leo has a new heir, so he won't compete with her for Wayne. Leo didn't believe it at first. Before going to the other world to do the mission, he came to London to meet the knight's retinue Cushing and his wife. After learning that their daughter was Wei and that she was in a relationship with Wayne, she decided to give Wei a chance to prove herself. "Come on, let's try it." After a try, Willy was indeed recognized by the Morning Proverbs as an excellent successor to the Sun Knight. At this time, Leo looked at the configuration around Willy and felt that it was immediately different. The messenger of the Sun Goddess, the mentor of the dragon-slaying knight, the parents of the knight's retinue, the boyfriend of the knight's successor. The Sun Goddess has long known this configuration. In Delane's words, if Willy wasn't the Sun Knight, she would eat the Morning Proverbs. Eat it raw, don't drink water. Leo was quite happy with Villy. He regarded Cushing as his brother, and Villy was his half-daughter. He made a special trip to teach Villy for 3 days, and then entrusted the important task of training the heir to Valkyrie. "Senior, this child is entrusted to you. You must train her to become an excellent Sun Knight." Leo entrusted Valkyrie with this, and the latter solemnly promised to cultivate Willy into a talented person, unlike that other person, who was more euphemistic about justice. There is no such thing as pure or impure knights. Willy was made a fool of herself by Wayne, which does not affect her becoming a knight of the Sun Goddess. However, if she stays with Wayne for a long time, she will inevitably become infected with some evil tendencies. In Valkyrie's view, Willy has many little problems. She is playful and active, has difficulty concentrating, likes to be clever, gets through troubles cutely, and is good at mental victory. Although she is optimistic and kind, she has perseverance and self-motivation. All seriously inadequate. A little girl of this age is more interested in love than magic. Needs correction. Then Willy's good days came. She worked hard from dawn to dusk to practice spear skills, and during her breaks she had to learn knightly virtues. If it weren't for the fact that Dawn Proverbs had the power to slay dragons, becoming a Sun Knight would be able to drive away the evil dragon and monopolize the princess, which would have been ruined long ago. Well, she had wanted to show off for a long time, but she didn't have the courage. Valkyrie was too strict, and the pointer danced like a tiger. Between showing off and being cowardly, she chose to follow the will of her heart. Time's up, take a 5-minute break. Yeah. As soon as Valkyrie finished speaking, Willie dropped the stick in her hand and collapsed to the ground without any image. Get up and rest standing. Oh. Valkyrie came forward with the pointer, and when he saw that Willie was standing still, he raised his hand and hit her with a whip. Willie jumped up with a cry, holding her buttocks and crying out in pain. Wayne had never hit her so hard. Willie blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Valkyrie, trying to gain sympathy by acting cute. The effect is average, Wayne is Wayne, Valkyrie is Valkyrie, night teacher big sister rude. Ben didn't accept this trick. If you keep pretending to be cute, your training volume will be doubled today. I don't dare anymore. Wayley. Seeing Willie standing obediently, Valkyrie nodded with satisfaction and taught the students not to be strict, and sometimes even praised them to increase their enthusiasm. Willie, you have made rapid progress in the past 2 days. You have mastered the essence of the spear technique just now. Wayne taught me that. Wayne. Ang, I taught you step by step. Willie looked proud, Chris was useless, Veronica was extremely arrogant, one couldn't bear hardship, and the other didn't want to bear hardship. She is the only one who is brave, careful, and durable, so she has learned a good stick technique and a good shot of guns. Valkyrie said in surprise, Wayne also knows how to shoot, can he teach you? He is super powerful. Teacher, if you are interested, you can give him a try. That's right. Valkyrie nodded and said seriously, Wayne has been recognized by the Proverbs of the Morning and has also been trained by Leo Knight. He has a foundation in spear skills and is indeed qualified to teach you. If there is a chance, I will train you with him. Seeing Valkyrie speaking seriously about Wayne's gun skills, Willie had no pleasure in teasing her elder sister. Thinking of Chrissy's complaints, I thought for a moment that these older antique sisters are more beautiful, with bigger breasts and longer legs. In fact, one is purer than the other. Tisk, 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 Wayley will become a great person in the future. Wayne stood on the windowsill of the study on the 2nd floor, looking at Willie who was crazy and dying below, thinking of the muscle man he met for the first time, and the little son in the inner world. Willie in the outer world has not experienced much hardship, and does not have the fighting spirit of the inner world to become stronger. Wayne hopes that strict teachers can produce good students, and Valkyrie can train Willie. Thinking of this, Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts turned into a strand of silk thread, whispering softly in Valkyrie's ear, telling the secret of gunmanship. Valkyrie didn't react at first, listened carefully for a few words, and realized that something was wrong, and immediately became furious. Willie. Here. Today's training volume will be 10 times. No, 20 times. No, teacher, I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. The backyard was in chaos, Willie was chased by Valkyrie with a teaching stick and ran around, covering her butt and screaming. Interesting. Wayne nodded secretly, this is the life Willie should live. Teacher, don't look over there, please pay attention to the students here. Chris sat at the desk, typing away on the typewriter, making the final effort for her upcoming masterpiece. Chris, you have to believe in your talent. Wayne came to the desk and wanted to learn from Valkyrie to praise the students, but then he thought better of it. Chris's writing talent was hard to describe. If it weren't for the good vision of the senior sister, who had chosen an honest man in the 2nd year after graduation, she would have to work in a bar to supplement her family income if she wanted to realize her dream of becoming a writer. Wayne picked up the manuscript on the desk and read it word by word. Chris held her breath and waited for Wayne to finish the new additions, then said carefully, "Teacher, how do you feel?" "Very good." "What's good about it?" "The handwriting is very neat, and there are no typos." Wayne approved. It was amazing, he couldn't catch any bugs even if he wanted to. "Don't be sad, you are a novice after all, this is your first novel." "I have written several books before." "It doesn't count if there is no publisher to buy it for a large sum of money." "You are the publisher." "Shut up, I am the only one who can interrupt here." Wayne sat on the chair, held Chris on his legs, and touched her slender waist. "I felt that the thin branches bore fruit, which was delicious and relieved heat." No wonder Veronica was so obsessed with it that he taught her everything he knew every day. "Teacher, stop touching me, take a look at the manuscript." Chris suppressed the big hand that was making trouble on her body and kissed Wayne on the face. "As a finished product, this book is basically fine." "Teacher, don't say nice things, just talk about the key points. What's wrong?" Wayne was away for 2 months, and Chris had been typing at home. Based on the ideas provided by Wayne, she wrote the cool novel The Count of Monte Cristo by the Big Stallion. Who said that there are 1,000 Harry Potters in the minds of 1,000 readers? Similarly, for the same subject matter and outline, 1,000 authors have 1,000 ways of writing. Chris's writing style is that of an elementary school student. Even with Wayne's corrections, the character of the protagonist has not been established yet. Not a villain, not evil enough. Your man is so bad, just copy it. Why can't you write a protagonist whose behavior style is no different from that of a villain? Wayne wondered. My man is not bad at all. Although he is philandering, shameless, and often forces me to do embarrassing things, I know he is a good person. Chris smiled with narrowed eyes. Wayne liked her more with a knowing blow, and raised his chin for a deep kiss. Boji boji. Teacher, stop kissing, take a look at the manuscript. Chris pushed Wayne away, jumped off the desk, straightened her slightly messy clothes, and sat on Wayne's lap to listen to his talk about writing skills. First of all, the character must be established, and the character setting is indispensable. We said at the beginning that the protagonist in the book will do anything to get revenge, and has done many wrong things. His style of behavior is that of a villain. Wayne tapped the desktop. Your protagonist is too restrained, bad, but there is room for improvement. I only see helpless passivity, but no active evil. This is very bad and cannot leave a deep impression on readers. My evaluation is that he is both a villain and a villain. Chris nodded repeatedly and asked Wayne to continue. It's not a movie. Readers cannot directly feel the image of a character. If you want readers to see a certain character at a glance, you must describe him as an extreme person. Look at the protagonist again. Is he extreme? Does he do everything for revenge? No, right? I have to change it? Write it like this. Wayne tapped the typewriter and said, I will write a few characteristics of the villain here. Remember to add the plot and establish the character of the protagonist. First of all, he is a person who loves to laugh and is very confident. Secondly, he has a strong personal charm and can recruit a group of younger brothers who are willing to risk their lives for him. Every time he appears, he has a large group of people and will never act alone. In addition, he has great ambitions and lofty pursuits. He talks about the whole world and all mankind. He pursues his ideals down to earth every day. He is not discouraged by failure, which only makes him more courageous. Also, he is very rational. He never talks about love or bondage. He believes that people must rely on themselves. It is useless to pray to God. He is an atheist. Wayne said a lot. Chris became more and more confused as he listened. She covered Wayne's mouth. Teacher, please allow me to interrupt here. Okay, but I will interrupt back later. Teacher, according to the education I received, We generally call the above-mentioned person a positive character, not a villain. It is completely opposite to the protagonist of this book. You are still young and don't understand positive people at all. Wayne talked eloquently. The positive characters are also the heroes who oppose the villains. They have no clear goals in life. They often talk about false and empty truths, are pushed around by others, act independently and do not believe in teamwork, and often it appears only after the incident. They don't like to laugh, they are always angry, and they only laugh loudly when they prevent others from realizing their dreams. Introduction, let's call him a positive person. This. Chris was even more confused. Teacher, after hearing what you said, he is indeed a bad person. Do you like it? Yeah, that's right, it's time for me to interrupt. Wayne rubbed his hands together, then Chris stood up suddenly with a shy look on his face. I remembered, I have a meeting to attend today, and I can't start it without me, so you code first, and I'll pick up Veronica tonight. Come over. After saying that, he patted his butt and left, leaving Chris, who was neither up nor down. Bad guy, so annoying. Buckingham Palace, Windsor high-level meetings. The host of the meeting is Yvette, the Deputy Minister of Magic. Today's meeting has nothing to do with the wizarding world. She is attending as a member of the Tulip family. Most of the attendees at the meeting were members of the Tulip family, as well as ministers from the military and political circles, such as Winston Chute, who was about to become Prime Minister in the past few days. On the conference table, Queen Sophia was in the middle, supported by Austin and Wayne and his son, one on the left and one on the right. He used to play a mascot, but now he has become a mascot, focusing on the ups and downs of a person's life. Prussia has been mobilizing supplies frequently recently. The military department predicts that they are about to launch a war. The target is Francia, including the neighboring countries, that is, our allies, all in Prussia. Frank only defends but does not attack. Although the journey is long, we will never abandon any ally and are willing to provide all support except support. It's too late. Even if we take action, nothing can be done. Maybe we could have done something, but now it's too late. Winston Chute is about to be appointed Prime Minister and the new cabinet has been formed. Victory will definitely belong to Windsor. Originally there was a sentence, victory will belong to the Queen, but for some reasons, this sentence was deleted. No one dared to say it, and no one dared to mention it. Because it was a conference, there was no discussion or voting. At the small meeting that Wayne attended yesterday, the decisions had already been made. Today, everyone was summoned just to announce the results of the meeting, and to express the determination of justice to prevail. After Winston becomes Prime Minister, he will send Frank as an envoy as soon as possible to renegotiate strategic cooperation on behalf of the new government. He will also talk about arms sales and the cost of garrisoning in Windsor. Taking advantage of the current shortage of supplies everywhere, he will find a way to make a big profit. At yesterday's small meeting, Queen Sophia entrusted Winston with another task, to bring the prince and princess back to Paris. Although London is also a place of right and wrong, the prince and princess are too eye-catching, and it is easy for Landau and his son to have unnecessary thoughts, but Paris is more dangerous. As the main strategic battlefield opened by Windsor, the prince and princess are too tempting, not only for Prussia. There are ideas, and Frank has ideas too. It's not safe anywhere, it's too difficult for the Queen. What's even more difficult is that even though she's wearing a skirt that covers her hips, Austin still doesn't even look at her. Obviously when they are in love, they look under the skirt. Like the new and hate the old, bah, you scumbag. After 3 hours, the meeting ended. Wayne looked at Austin leaving side by side with the Queen, and suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the teacher Hefe had a bad temper these days and always picked on his daughter-in-law. He thought it was because his career was not going well and that his husband was cheating on her. Like the new and hate the old, bah, you scumbag. Wayne took this as a warning and vowed never to be like Austin in the future. It was wrong to like the new and dislike the old. Regardless of whether the car is new or old, as long as it is driven, it must be well maintained. The next day, Wayne Detective Agency. Wayne wrote furiously on the desk, determined to go to Paris, and quickly took out Veronica's diary while he had time. I'm fine. Wayne put down his pen and finished updating his future diary. A big stone fell to his heart. He relaxed physically and mentally, but couldn't help but feel a little empty. Rustling.jpg. Mona stood up from the desk and picked up the tea on the table to taste it. Boss, contact me from the church. The Holy See's power in Paris is under unknown circumstances. According to previous intelligence speculation, the gate to hell is very likely to open in Paris. The Papal State is preparing to strike hard and asks you if you want to participate. Mona said. Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier? Because you said you are the only one who can interrupt here and not let me speak. Mona gave the correct answer in her mind and apologized. I'm sorry, every time I see you, boss, I have some obscene thoughts. I won't have any more in the future. Well, it can be done in the future. It's not a principled mistake. Wayne waved his hand to let things go. Mona blinked. Boss, I also want to go to Paris. Why, is the romantic city so tempting? Wayne joked, or is the devil over there more tempting? The devil is more seductive. Mona whispered, this is also what Hexuno means. After learning the information sent by the Papal State, she can't wait to set off immediately. Since it's Hexuno's intention, why not let her speak in person? Wayne pinched Mona's face and scolded, you just dote on her too much and look at how you spoil others. I can't stand it anymore. Listen to me, we won't be wronged like this in the future. The two sang together, and in the background was the archangel who cursed loudly. After reincarnation, his innocence was gone and his temper was soaring. Although his vocabulary for swearing was still poor, he became more and more fluent in swearing when he opened his mouth. Boss, do you want Hexuno to tell you in person? Humph, I don't want to see her. Wayne curled his lips in displeasure. Hexuno had a bad temper and was far from well-behaved and sensible than Mona. Unless he knelt down, there was no need to talk. Mona looked at the two people who were having an quarrel speechlessly. It was obvious that things were going smoothly before. Hexuno had learned to pretend to be her and moved, but because of the Holy Sun, the two had a quarrel with each other. One refused to bow his head, and the other refused to give in. She was caught in the middle and said good things, as if she was mediating the conflicts between the young couple. That's outrageous, she obviously came first. Mona and Hexuno are merging. Because Mona occupies the absolute dominant position and has no worries about disappearing, a series of tough measures have been taken against Hexuno. Behind the toughness is the hope that her Hanyo will accept Wayne. Both of them have the shadow of Wayne in their memories. Mona has planned it. In order to increase her own rarity and competitiveness, she will not completely merge with Hexuno, but will retain the other person's personality at the last moment so that it will always exist. But no matter what, Mona wanted to take the initiative and regarded Hexuno as an auxiliary to fuel the flames. She suddenly became the mediator and was jealous for a while. Mona's expression changed, and she looked coldly at Wayne who was sitting on the desk. She was about to speak, but found that the taste in her mouth was too strong, so she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Very bad, the taste is even stronger in the cup. She had a sip of tea in her mouth, her face alternated between blue and white, and she cursed the damn little bitch in her heart, secretly making a cup of milk and black tea without telling her. Mona's face was distorted with anger, and when she saw Wayne blinking his innocent eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Goodoo. Mona, what's the matter? Wayne blinked. Boss, not only Hexuno, I also want to go to Paris. It doesn't matter what she does. I hope you can respect my opinion. Hexyuno, who looks like Mona but is actually an archangel, said. Yes, my acting skills have improved and I can compete for the Golden Bird Award in heaven. Wayne nodded in affirmation, and then said, tell me, are I similar to the Holy Son? Nothing like it? Hexyuno gritted his teeth and whispered, it doesn't look like it at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, you and the Holy Son are both anthropomorphic, with eyes and noses, so they are quite similar. Haha, I still want to go to Paris after being so quiet. Wayne waved his hand, when will you learn to be obedient and come to me again? Now, I want to talk to Mona, but I don't want to see you. Don't go too far. Heshino. He glared at Wayne, her innocence was gone, why did he just give in to her, say every other when he kicked her, and then turned away and refused to acknowledge anyone else when he put up his pants? Bah, scumbag. Hexyuno was unwilling to bow her head and could endure the bullying from Wayne and Mona, but that was passive and she had no ability to resist. There was no way for her to take the initiative. This is her last bit of stubbornness. The two stared at each other for 5 minutes. Mona switched positions and said, boss, it seems that she failed. How about, let her talk to you alone tonight? No, she will taste the sweetness. There are too many demons in Paris, and there is also the Death Knight, a powerful enemy. Wayne confirmed that he will take Mona/Suno with him. At the critical moment, the long legs of the Archangel are still very powerful. He made up his mind and said nothing, showing that there would be no discussion unless Hexuno bowed his head. Spend it and see who can spend it more. He couldn't bear the devil's temptation, and Hexuno must have gone crazy with greed. Wayne secretly thought that he was sure, and said, replying to the church, I still have to guard London to prevent the devil from making trouble, so I won't go to Paris to join in the fun. Impossible, the devil is so tempting, you must not be able to resist it. Mona nodded, turned, and walked towards the office door. After 2 steps, her expression changed and she turned around and said, boss, are you sure you don't want to talk to Hexyuno tonight? She has something to say to you. Wayne, 1. Mona, winky face, you figured it out so quickly, how hungry are you for the devil's body? Wayne complained in his heart, clenched his fists and coughed twice, Mona, okay, I'll give you some face. I'll meet with Heshino tonight, and I want to see how she can convince me. Afternoon, Commercial Pedestrian Street. Wayne took 3 secretaries shopping. When he was working as an undercover agent for Burrow, his secretary Regina endured hardships and put in a lot of effort. In order to keep her spirited and set a good example for others, Wayne promised to compensate her to a certain extent after returning to London. Because he is a serious secretary and does not have a relationship with hundreds of millions of dollars in business, Wayne does not need to do anything to Regina and can solve it with a small amount of money. But, Mr. Way will pay for all today's consumption. Thinking about the bowl of water, Regina is the secretary, Mona and Odelia are also secretaries, so he simply dragged the 3 of them along and took them shopping together. Ever since, Wayne was hugging everyone from the front, and Regina was carrying a bag from behind. The little mouth was pouted, very unhappy. After walking down one street, he walked down the next one. When he turned the corner, Wayne saw Regina standing there, but he didn't follow her immediately. He looked over curiously. What on earth is so beautiful? Lottery sales center. Wayne's face was dark. The tobacco and lottery business of London was controlled by the Julian family. He also met with First during the meeting at Buckingham Palace. He was described as a bug, a pervert, a fence-sitter, and a repeater. His aesthetics were monotonous. His secretaries were replaced one after another, all of them were fierce and evil. He kept eating seafood. He would have a stroke sooner or later. He was right. He was also a social garbage. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 454. Wayne looked at the lottery sales window, and then at Regina, who was looking around. Before she dreamed of traveling back in time, she saw an emotion on her face that everyone could not describe but could relate to: poverty. "What, you're short of money?" Wayne asked curiously. Regina's salary is comparable to Odelia's, and she also has pocket money and red envelopes given by her boss. In addition, she is good at working overtime. She is the library's top volume winner, winning the monthly, quarterly, and yearly outstanding awards, and her income is very considerable. A good employee in the eyes of the boss, but a bitch in the eyes of colleagues. After Regina works for a few years, she can buy a small villa in the West End of London, move out of the dormitory, and become a successful person with a house and a car. Taking a step back, Wayne went to Regina's house. Old Prussia was showing off its flag, the family was not short of money, and he could live a happy life without working and growing old. You rely on your parents at home and your boss when you go out. No matter how you look at it, you are not a person who is short of money. By the way, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are very nice to talk to. I learned that Wayne is the Oracle High Priest of the Church of Nature and has a small family fortune in London. He also arranged a job for his sister-in-law as a papal secretary. She wants money and power. She is holding a lantern. He couldn't even find a good son-in-law, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law couldn't be more satisfied. In short, the guests and hosts had a great time, and everyone except Regina was very happy. Regina: "I'm not short of money, but the more money I have, the better. I want to try my luck, maybe I will win the jackpot," Regina explained dryly, and only she knew the real reason. She spent too much money from her boss. She didn't know it and thought she was being taken care of. "As a migrant worker, I still have a job that is prone to ambiguity, such as being a secretary. If I don't sleep in, I spend too much money from my boss, and it is easy for me to suffer a decline in my ideology, morality, and consciousness. It doesn't matter if she slips, it's just as bad if the boss goes astray. This is very bad, and it is seriously inconsistent with the education she has received since childhood. In Wayne's words, you have to rely on yourself as a person, and she spends her own money when she wants to buy." Seeing Regina's inner thoughts, Wayne secretly thought it was interesting. He hadn't noticed it before, but it was very interesting to tease the little secretary who had always been strong. "Tisk tisk, that's right. The more money you have, the better. This idea coincides with mine. Boss, I feel like I can win 100,000 today. The grand prize belongs to me." "Okay, just dream, everyone has this right." "Boss, why don't you encourage me? Why are you so pessimistic?" "As if I will definitely lose," Regina said, dissatisfied. "Okay, let me play a game with you, and you can win 100,000 yuan. It's easier than buying a lottery ticket." Wayne hooked Regina's waist and dragged her away from the lottery booth. "Rock, paper, scissors, do you know? If you lose, you only need to pay me 1 constitution. If you win, I will give you 100,000, no limit to the number of times. You stop whenever you want. Is there such a good thing? You go out first." Regina was not an idiot. When Wayne said this, she immediately figured it out. She sighed faintly and said, "It's so difficult. Where did the money go? Who made it? It's no big deal, of course it's a capitalist like me." Wayne proudly said, "A group of people who fantasize about getting something for nothing are raising a group of people who are really getting something for nothing. That's called capital. I don't want to get something for nothing. I work overtime very well. Okay, okay, I'll buy you the best bags and shoes." Wayne patted Regina on the head and led her to catch up with the 2 secretaries in front. Regina sighed, her fantasy of getting rich overnight was shattered. It was too difficult to rely on herself, so she could only bite the bullet and spend the boss's money. Wayne touched his head and looked back at the corner of the street. The magic of money was too great. He almost couldn't help but buy a lottery ticket just now, knowing that he would be fooled. No wonder Regina stopped and watched. He was also a little eager to try. If he hadn't been fully aware of the temptation of money, he would have thought that the lottery sales center was the property of the devil, because the devil had exerted magic to lure people into being fooled again and again and enjoy it. Not tired. It's night. Secretary's home, bedroom. Hexuno lay in Wayne's arms, folded his wings, and panted, "Boss, I am Mona." "Okay, Mona." Wayne held the archangel in his arms, and since she took the initiative to make puffs, he would not expose it this time. Hexuno didn't say anything, but convinced him with practical actions. Although he was still using the guise of Mona, Wayne didn't force it. He took it step by step. The bottom line was used to break through. This time it was Mona, but not next time. That's for sure. "Boss, I contacted the church during the day." "You won't go to Paris?" "Do you want to call the church now and modify your itinerary?" Hexuno asked. "You are so impatient that it seems like we are making a deal." Wayne complained, hugged Xiang's shoulders, lowered his head and pursed his red lips. "I'm Mona. I'm Mona. I'm Mona." Hexuno thought so, imitated Mona and responded positively, and the kiss ended with his eyes a little blurred. She quickly came to her senses. "Boss, are you still going to Paris?" "There's no need to change the itinerary for the church, I'll go there secretly." Wayne leaned on the bedside and said, "Last time I cooperated with the angels, in Bolu, Prussia, the Holy See there has fallen, and they are all Prussians. I think this time will be no exception. In case the devil has a secret plan, I can't appears on the Holy See's list." He had already thought about it. He entered the village quietly without any shooting, and let the reincarnated angels draw the firepower in front. He would squat in the grass and pick up the heads, and that would be it. Hexuno understood what Wayne meant and said, "It's too dangerous. I'll go with you to protect you." "You want to go too?" "What else? Why have I been busy for so long? Don't you know what's going on?" Hexuno thought it was shameless. He had already done it. If he was tough now, the sunk cost would be too high. He said, "I'm worried if you go alone. Besides, if you go for 2 months, I'll miss you very much. The feeling of missing you is too unbearable." "If you want to say that, then I won't be sleepy." Wayne was in high spirits and asked tentatively, "Tell me, are you Mona or Hexuno?" "I am." "Think it through. Mona will say she is the archangel at this time." Hexuno gritted his teeth, his face changed several times, and said dryly, "I am Hexuno." After the words fell, there was a cry of grief in his heart. Even if he tried to comfort himself that she was pretending to be Mona and saying Mona's lines, he still felt a kind of depravity. There's no going back. Nothing can go back. "Archangel, let's talk about the Son of God again." Wayne took advantage of the victory and planned to take him down in one go. Hexuno gave Wayne a resentful look. "Boss, don't go too far, it's almost enough." "Okay, I'll listen to you this time, and we'll talk next time. But I have a question." Wayne tilted his head and said happily, "My target is the devil. They are hiding in the underground tomb of Paris. The target of the reincarnated angels in the Papal States is also the devil. They will definitely meet at that time. Aren't you afraid of being recognized?" Hexuno was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "In any case, the devil must be eliminated." Wayne nodded, stroked his shoulders with his fingertips, and whispered, "I have a solution here. I am the reincarnated archangel, and you are just the nun given to me by Huang. Because of the holy marks I gave you, you can exert the power close to that of the archangel." How about it? No how. Hizayunyo was upset when he heard the Pope. He suppressed his anger and shook his head slightly. The stigmata can give power, but it will not change the essence of a person's life. I can hide it from ordinary people, but not from my former comrades. You can explain it? Wayne stared at Hizayunyo's eyes and said affectionately, because of the holy light I continue to inject, your power has been strengthened. And because of the golden rule, divine blood, and other reasons, your life essence has been changed. Just talk, can you not blink? It's creepy. Hizayunyo's scalp numbed when he was looked at by Wayne. She didn't understand love, she just felt that this face was particularly disgusting. If Mona hadn't held her hands, she would have punched him long ago. Wayne pretended to be deeply in love, but it had little effect. He then said, the Walking and Dilda firmly believe that I am a reincarnated angel. Jiao Huang, Archibald, Kerr, and others all think so. With a preconceived notion, the strange situation of you, a little nun, will be subconsciously considered by them to be related to me. Maybe. Hexyunyo did not comment. It would be best if Wayne could be misunderstood as her. After all, it is difficult for her to be associated with purity in her current state. If it is spread out that she will die in society, it will be a small matter, but it will damage the glory of heaven and make the devils laugh to death. Weighing the pros and cons, Hexyunyo hopes that Wayne's plan can succeed. As for the bad image shown by Wayne, it has been smearing the pure name of Hexyunyo, which is not unacceptable in comparison. Since you can, give me a buff. Wayne opened his mouth and shook his tongue, then said, last time, you only tasted it briefly, and you were a little perfunctory. This time, come more. Whether you can preserve the glory of heaven depends on how much effort you put in. Hizayunyo did not refuse. As the saying goes, after the first time, the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth are not so shameful. But Hizayunyo's eyes twitched, and he asked in his heart, Mona, can you let go of my hands temporarily? You also saw that this face is too disgusting. He is clearly humiliating us. It's not me, it's you. Besides, I only held your hands, not your feet. You stepped on him. Bastard. Hizayunyo cursed in his heart, lowered his head with a stinky face, closed his eyes and stuck to him. Pudgy pudgy. Okay, boss, the holy mark has been reinforced, and my divine power is sealed inside. You are now the archangel. Hizayunyo tried to push Wayne away. There are still some corners. Lick them again. No, reinforce them. This negligence has exposed your identity. It's a loss. Shameless, you are reinforcing the seal. Hexuno weighed the sunk cost, reminded himself to put the glory of heaven first, and reluctantly lowered his head and kissed it. Pop, pop. After the matter was over, I felt terrible covering my face. May 10th. Prussia launched a full-scale invasion war. On that day, Winston became the new cabinet prime minister, and the former prime minister stepped down amid a chorus of scolding. Wayne arrived in Paris by plane with his secretary Mona. The moment his feet landed, he keenly sensed a sight coming. Headless night? The Headless Knight once said that once Wayne arrived in Paris, he would feel something and take back Shadow Nightmare as soon as possible. Wayne left the airport as quickly as possible, plunged into the sewer, and waited for the Headless Knight to appear. However, it didn't happen. For a full half hour, the Headless Horseman didn't show up. Wayne has no doubt about the character of the Dullahan. He is a tough guy. Even if he is not called the strongest knight chosen by God, his actions make Wayne feel inferior. It is already difficult to be a victim. It is even more difficult to say thank you to Huang Mao after being a victim. Anyway, Wayne can't do it. Wayne climbed out of the sewer, and Mona came with a small suitcase. Boss, you said there would be a big battle, and the Death Knight seems to have broken the appointment. Correction, It is the Dullahan. Okay, the Dullahan. That kind of person will not break the appointment on his own initiative. If he doesn't come, he definitely can't come. Wayne looked at the city center. Like London. There are no high-rise buildings. With supervision, he can take in the whole city from any commanding height. Boss, do you want to find him? Mona frowned slightly. The Dullahan did not show up at the first time. It is probably because he was restrained by the devil. Perhaps it is related to the gate of hell. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. Don't worry, the situation there is too complicated. If we rush in, we will both go to hell. Wayne shook his head and continued, the Papal States has already dispatched the reincarnated angels. Calculating the time, they should have arrived. Let them go ahead and we will be responsible for the rear. Wayne was not very opposed to going to hell. He heard that the underworld there was simple and honest, and it had not yet welcomed a true king. In his plan, becoming a god in hell was one of the possibilities. He had a vague idea of how to ignite the divine fire, and guessed that it was related to the 7 deadly sins. The 7 great demon kings were above all demon kings, also known as demon gods, who controlled the 7 deadly sins and affected the entire hell. The rest of the demons could not use the 7 deadly sins to use their power, but it was just a matter of how much knowledge they mastered. The demons were very motivated, and each of them wanted to be the leader, but because they could not avoid the 7 deadly sins, they had no way to deal with the demon kings. Wayne guessed that the god of hell was the 7 devils in one. As long as he mastered all the 7 deadly sins and became a heinous person, he would be the real devil of hell. It might be difficult to fight against the Father of Heaven alone, but it should be possible to rub the goddesses to the ground. Wayne decided to act according to the plan. It was a good thing for him not to meet the Headless Knight at the first time. Speaking fluent Frankish, he stopped a taxi and went straight to the best local hotel. That night, Wayne ordered a candlelight dinner and invited Mona to enjoy the local French food in Frank. To be honest, it's not pure enough, not as authentic as the French food in London. In the taxi, Wayne complained to Mona next to him that it was not delicious and expensive. The local white flag was morally corrupt. He, an old Union Jack, couldn't stand it. Mona leaned on Wayne's shoulder. It didn't matter what she ate. The key was the person who accompanied her for dinner. She liked the world of 2 people tonight very much. It was very happy and sweet. Young man, are you from out of town? The taxi driver said, if you want to eat the best Frankish food, you should go to London. You look friendly. Don't tell this secret to others. As expected of an international metropolis, the master speaks standard Frank. What do you do? Ha ha ha. The taxi driver laughed and liked Wayne's jokes very much. Then he told a few popular Windsor jokes. If you and your wife go to London for your honeymoon, remember to be careful. Men in London don't follow the beaten path. They like handsome young people like you. Like to listen, say more. X2. Wayne and Mona nodded repeatedly. They also felt that the taxi driver looked very friendly, especially his vision, which was very accurate. Wait a minute, stop ahead, pull over. Hey, aren't you going back to the hotel? The taxi driver looked at the dark cathedral outside the window and kindly reminded, this Notre Dame cathedral has been on fire frequently recently, and it is haunted every night. It has been closed. I don't recommend you go there now. No, I saw an acquaintance, get off the car and say hello. The Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris is well known and is the most famous Notre Dame Cathedral on the chosen continent, but there is still no clear explanation as to where the word Notre Dame came from. It is usually interpreted as the biological mother of the Father, or the mother of the reincarnated angel. As for the Son, just look at the bare cross and you will know that this pit has not been filled yet. Boss, there is a barrier. Mona looked at the dark cathedral in front of her and whispered, it should be the clergy of the local church, investigating the fire of Notre Dame. Are you going to contact them? Not from the church, but from the Church of Nature. Wayne waved his hand and touched the barrier. Nodding, don't move around here, I'll say hello to my old friend and come back. Old friend? Because it was Wayne, Mona immediately asked, excuse me, it's a female friend, right? You know all this. Well, you forget male friends as soon as you see them, and you won't get off the car to say hello. Mona was disgusted. One foot was having a candlelight dinner with her, and the next foot was reminiscing with the old friend. Ugh, a scumbag who treats everyone equally. Wayne was ashamed. Noble people forget things easily, and he couldn't do anything about it. He would try to change this habit in the future. Seeing that Mona was unhappy, Wayne hugged the secretary and kissed her, then said with a smile, don't worry, this friend is the type that Kerr likes. The friendship between her and me is very pure. In terms of beauty, she can't be compared with you. She is really a heavyweight ordinary friend. Are you sure? I swear. Mona stepped aside, she wanted to see if this old friend was who Wayne said he was. Cathedral of Our Lady, Bell Tower. The moonlight penetrates the barrier, and the silver light illuminates the vicissitudes of bricks and stones. The bell tower towers into the clouds, and its spire points directly to the sky, like a straight arrow, passing through the clouds and pointing directly to heaven. Witnessed by the moonlight, the bell tower clad in silver gauze is mysterious and solemn, somewhat like heaven. In the dark shadows, several figures were dormant, and the surrounding green plants fluctuated with their thoughts. Countless pairs of eyes opened, transmitting every move in the barrier to the eyes of several people. Natural Church Paris Division, Scalpel Institution. Wayne's teacher he once served as the head of the Scalpel organization here. He repeatedly rushed to the front line and won the position of district high priest with his own fists. The acquaintance Wayne mentioned was Isabella. She was He's old subordinate and belonged to the Scalpel agency. She was good at sneaking in to collect intelligence and perform beheading missions. The Lundam Division's surgical facility was crippled by the Dark Knight, and its strength was worrisome, and it has yet to recover. Paris's Scalpel facility has always maintained a high tactical level, with elites per capita and remarkable performance in all aspects. When Wayne was in the town of Inlord, he met the first angel investor, the Lord of the Void, who established the cult of the egg god and tried to sacrifice the entire town. Wayne didn't even light up the six-pointed star at that time, which was not enough to deal with such a powerful enemy, so he called his teacher He, who transferred the old department of the Scalpel agency from Paris, including Isabella. Cross-district law enforcement is not allowed, so Isabella's trip was in the name of tourism, and I paid for the round-trip ticket. 2 years later, Isabella has changed a lot. Not only has she been promoted to Golden Mage, but she has also lost weight. Her figure is tall and slender, and all the places that should be thin have been lost. I didn't lose weight where I should have gained weight. The back and profile are quite stunning, fully qualified to compete with Hea for the title of walking. Affected by the battle 2 years ago, she used excessive magic, and the strand of hair in front of her forehead always remained dark green, adding a charming charm to her regular facial features. Captain, we found it. The weirdo from the Black Theory sect is on the top of the bell tower. Outflank him, don't fight in close combat, his power is very terrifying. Isabella waved her hand and made a tactical move. Several figures around her hid in the darkness and used the shadows to sneak around. The two of them climbed up the stairs around the bell tower, while the others lurked below the bell tower. Ho 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 ho. 2 minutes later, a roar resounded through the sky, and a huge black shadow fell from the sky, hitting the green space below the bell tower with a bang. Under the moonlight, it can be seen that the black figure is 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with swollen muscles and a black-gray body. He is an enlarged version of a human being. Very ugly, with different facial features, free and loose, and no team spirit. Green plants surged up from all directions, wrapped around the weirdo and wrapped them into rice dumplings. Parasitic spores penetrated deep into the esophagus and respiratory tract, extracting the weirdo's secretions. Physical strength makes the struggle less and less powerful. Seal. Isabella put her hands on the ground, and each of the 5 team members occupied a corner. The magic power was connected in series under the guidance of her thoughts, and a 6-pointed star pattern was outlined on the lawn. The vines and grass balls surrounding the weirdo tightened, like rapidly solidifying cement, solid and hard and unable to be broken. Everything went smoothly and easily as usual. Boom! The vines exploded, and the weirdo jumped out of it with a roar. A pair of big hands opened wide, and saliva flew from his ugly face, heading straight for Isabella's position. Isabella didn't panic, and her magic power exploded, activating the parasitic spores in the monster's body. No big problem, just as easy as usual. It's a pity that no one was caught alive. Ho 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 ho. The monster breathed black flames from its mouth and nose, and black smoke swirled around its body, burning all the spores rooted in the body and under the skin to ashes. The speed increased instead of decreasing, and a blazing fireball rushed in front of Isabella. How could it be? Isabella looked at the scene in surprise. The information was wrong. It was not an ordinary Black Theory mutant. A strong wind blew against her face, and 2 big hands came to her eyes. Isabella didn't have time to think too much, and she narrowed her eyes slightly to hold up the life barrier. Boom! Amidst the huge collision sound, the weirdo moved forward against the life barrier. The terrifying power caused a fine line to crack in the life barrier. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of black mist passed through the crack and continued to pounce on Isabella. Snap! Isabella was about to transform into a natural elf when an ordinary black leather shoe came from the side and hit the weirdo right in the face. Time seemed to slow down, and a big twisted face first deformed, and then overflowed with waves of flesh, and the stretched neck flew out with the entire huge body. Boom! Waves of dust rise and smoke billows. Hey, long time no see. Can you pick up my shoes for me? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 455. Who are you? Wayne. Against the backdrop of billowing dust, Isabella looked shocked. She hadn't seen him for 2 years and still remembered Wayne's face and tone of voice, but the strength he showed made her afraid to confirm. It feels like Wayne is stronger than her. She is already a golden mage, and Wayne was a magician apprentice 2 years ago. Illusion. Is it possible that leather shoes are very powerful magic props? In the surrounding area, the members of the Scalpel organization were worthy of their reputation as elites. After being briefly surprised, they swarmed around the mutant weirdo, kept a certain distance, and cast a spell again to imprison him. No big problem, just as easy as usual. The weirdo is like Ji Yin. After the explosion, his body is like a deflated balloon, falling limply into a state of withering, and no longer has the strength to resist. Facing the inescapable seal, the mutant monster who regained his human form wailed twice, the vitality in his body collapsed, and the water evaporated in an instant and turned into a mummy. Under the pressure of the seal, the mummy turned into ashes and walked away in a hurry, not even saying "I will definitely come back." There's a problem. XN. The elites were confused by the continuous abnormal changes and looked at Wayne with strange eyes. Based on their years of experience on the front lines, there must be a monster when things go awry. The person who appears at the crime scene without any warning and who is incompatible with the painting style is most likely the real culprit behind the scenes. Criminals always like to appear at crime scenes and admire their masterpieces up close. Sensing the looks in her teammates' eyes, Isabella frowned slightly. She also felt that there were a lot of doubts about Wayne. His strength had improved too fast, and it was unlikely that he had someone disguise his face. But if she was getting close through an acquaintance, there was no need to pretend to be Wayne. She and Wayne knew each other, and ordinary friends were not that familiar. Isabella picked up the leather shoes on the ground and said carefully that they were not magic props, just a very ordinary pair of leather shoes. Purely handmade, there is nothing special about it except that it is expensive. For a moment, Isabella became even more fearful and believed in her intuition. The mysterious man in front of her was not Wayne. Someone had disguised himself and pretended to be this face. A cold wind blew through, and the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Wayne had an embarrassed face and probably guessed something. He waved his hand into the void and rummaged around in the portable space. Everyone took a step back. Isabella put on a defensive posture, made tactical gestures with one hand behind her, and waited with bated breath for the mysterious man to make a move. A powerful enemy, at least at the level of a golden mage. If you are not careful, you will die. Ding dong. Oh, why did the scepter, certificate, and badge of my Oracle High Priest fall to the ground? Wayne raised his brows, showing off the majesty of a big leader, and said with a half smile, "What are you guys doing in the division over there? They don't have any eyesight at all, and they don't even want to work anymore." X7. The camera turned. The members of the Scalpel organization stood in line. Isabella stood at the first place in the queue, holding her head high, her hands close to the seams of her trousers, and looking straight ahead. Sweat poured down like rain, and everyone panicked. It has been confirmed that the scepter, certificate, and badge are all genuine, and it is indeed the Oracle High Priest himself. Count. 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, you guys, in vain, assassinated the Oracle High Priest of the Church. What does Paris Division mean? Where is the High Priest? You have a scalpel inserted into the heart of the church headquarters. You want to rebel, right? Wayne clasped his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in front of the queue, punched number 7 on the chest, and angrily yelled, "The following offenses are disrespectful. What I dislike the most is you rebels, you have no loyalty. It can be said that all of them should be shot. No, this is an old revolutionary area. According to the regional culture, everyone should be guillotined." Wayne clenched his fist and punched number 7 to number 2. When it was no one's turn, which was Isabella's turn, Wayne turned his fist into a palm, then turned his palm into a claw, and shook it in front of Isabella. "You're sweating profusely now." Seeing that Isabella was not squinting, Wayne grunted twice, put his hands behind his back, and reprimanded, "Look at you, the team was originally in a straight line, but when it got to you, it suddenly became crooked, crooked then crooked. By, no teamwork spirit, babu babu, no discipline at all." Wayne didn't say anything nonsense. The slimmed-down Isabella was bulging forward and backward, and her straight-side silhouette stood out because of her weak sense of discipline and lack of self-control have caused troubles to colleagues, affected the leadership's concentration, damaged the church's image in the hearts of believers, and caused extremely bad social impact. This kind of person needs to reflect and have a deep review in the leadership room. Isabella, considering that you have served the church for many years and have worked hard even without merit, I will not embarrass you since today's big thing is trivial, but Wayne has always been good at playing leaders, and he has a very good tone of voice. He said sarcastically, "The impact of this mistake is extremely bad and may subvert the discipline of the entire Scalpel organization. It cannot be left unpunished. That's it, write a short essay of 5,000 words for self-examination. The essay is called My Oracle High Priest Idol. It is objective and realistic, and no random imagination is allowed. Will you come to my room and read it to me tomorrow night, do you understand?" Yes. Isabella was crying in her heart and full of doubts. She still didn't understand what happened. The biggest doubt is not that Wayne's strength has increased too much, but that he has climbed too high. In 2 years, He has climbed from a commoner to the high priest of Oracle. Even if it is due to nepotism, it is too outrageous. Wayne's teacher and her old leader Sci-fi is only a district high priest now. How can Wayne, a student, become the high priest of Oracle? I can't figure it out. I arrived in Paris secretly on behalf of the church headquarters. There are important things to deal with. This is confidential. Whoever dares to tell it will go to the guillotine. Do you understand? I understand, X7. Disband. Wayne waved his hand and pointed at Isabella, saying sinisterly, "You, stay. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's get close to each other tonight." Seeing Wayne take the captain away, the elites were angry, and the strong uneasiness made them think about it. The high priest of Oracle is not serious. He detained there by Yu Egwang. Maybe he wants to force her to go back to work as a Star Wrath force. On the other side, Wayne led Isabella towards the barrier, his hands in his pockets. His steps were quite arrogant. Isabella lagged behind, with a bitter look on her face, her long dark green hair hanging down listlessly, like a captured search officer. That is, at night. During the day, there must be passers-by who were brave enough to be beaten. After all, he is Frank, he doesn't have the courage to be brave enough, but he still has the courage to create a romantic encounter in the name of bravery. What's wrong? You haven't spoken. I don't know what to say. Isabella sighed repeatedly. Are you really Wayne? You have changed so much that I still can't believe it now. What? You know that I am a legendary wizard. What? You are a legendary wizard? Isabella's eyes widened. She boldly assessed Wayne's strength and guessed that he was a golden wizard. In actual combat, Wayne upgraded too quickly, and her foundation must be unstable. She has been fighting on the front line for many years, and she has an advantage in the fight. 70% to 30%, 60% to 40%, and it is definitely not 50% to 50%. I never expected that. I still underestimated Wayne, who is a legendary wizard. Without the foundation of a legendary wizard, how can I become the high priest of Oracle? You don't think I was chosen because I slept with the Pope, right? Wayne teased. I haven't thought about it so much. Isabella hurriedly explained that the old Pope Ludwig was no longer in charge, and the acting Pope Senna was Sci-fi's teacher, that is, Wayne's teacher. The idea of betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors was too absurd, and the gossip section didn't dare to make such a mess. If you compare goods, you will throw them away, and if you compare people, you will die. Isabella is not a person who likes to compare, but after 2 years, Wayne has become a legendary wizard and high priest of Oracle. The gap is too big, and she can't accept it for a while, and feels that she is a waste. Looking back at the pride of being promoted to a gold mage, how frivolous and ridiculous it is to be complacent. Isabella's sigh sounded extremely pleasant to Wayne. That year, he was still an apprentice of a magician. He was forced to flee to the countryside by a big shot. He stood like a minion. In his eyes, Isabella, who was at the silver level, was already a master. Things changed. In less than 2.5 years, he became a master in Isabella's eyes. Should I accidentally drop the elemental mantra on the ground? Wayne touched his chin, wondering whether to pretend. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He had already pretended just now, and Isabella hadn't digested it yet. It would be a waste if it was too full at once and overflowed. Another day, when Isabella had digested it, he would pretend to be her again. Stepping out of the barrier, Wayne saw his secretary Mona, who crossed her shoulders with her hands, glanced at Isabella, and smiled teasingly. "Boss, your old friend is really a heavyweight," Mona said sarcastically. "It's heavy, and it looks very heavy at first glance." "Well, the situation is a bit complicated, I can quibble." "You just swore." Mona rolled her eyes. "Excuse me, this beauty does not meet Kerr's aesthetics." It wasn't like this 2 years ago, it was magic, she added magic. Wayne interrupted and introduced the two. This is Mona, my secretary, and this is Isabella, my old friend, who used to fight against the evil god of the egg cult together. Hello. Hello. Mona was very resentful. Suddenly, there was an old acquaintance in their world. She felt that tonight's business was going to be ruined. In her ears, the Archangel Hexunio's kind reminder came, asking her to open her eyes and see clearly that Wayne was a pervert and scumbag, with countless lovers outside. It's not too late to break up before someone dies. Mona snorted in her heart. She couldn't stand hearing people say bad things about Wayne, and she couldn't do it either. She retorted, "Don't pretend to be a good person here. You are one of his lovers. I'm watching. You will be there every time we have a party. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife." This sentence is extremely lethal and directly made the Archangel autistic. High-end restaurant, private room. Slurp, beiji beiji. Hunchy hunchy. Isabella contributed a gluttonous eating performance. Wayne looked familiar and didn't think there was anything wrong. Mona was stunned and suspected that she was overthinking. The foodie beauty was really Wayne's old acquaintance, not an old acquaintance. Isabella, you are a gold mage, you should not lack magic power, why do you still use eating to store magic power? Wayne asked curiously. I'm used to it. I can't control my mouth. Isabella explained incoherently, and her poor eating habits made her appearance plummet. Isabella joined the church's scalpel organization during her time as a silver mage. A serious injury caused her illness, and her magic power was nearly half less than that of magicians of the same level. In desperation, she had no choice but to use fat to store up her magic power so that it could be activated at critical moments. After being promoted to the Golden Mage, the shortcomings will heal themselves, and there is no need to destroy one's image to ensure the stability of magic power. The habit of being greedy has been developed, and there is no way to change it. He simply reverses the magic formula and turns the fat gained from eating into magic power. Over and over again, my figure is so good that it explodes. You say it is natural and uses magic, but you say it is not natural because she has not used technology or hard work. In addition, many female magicians have magic formulas for maintaining a proud figure. Headed by several goddesses, their filters are full. High-end restaurants sell standard fare and pay attention to style. The dishes are exquisite but the prices are extremely high. Isabella ignored the standards and treated the high-end restaurant as a buffet. After a feast in which the manager was ecstatic and the chef was in tears, she put down the knife and fork in her hand and picked up a napkin to wipe the stains from the corners of her mouth gracefully. Just very elegant. X2. Wayne rolled his eyes, suspecting that Isabella's ugly appearance was intentional, just like a beautiful woman encountering a pervert, and to preserve her purity, she directly pulled it into her trouser pocket, scaring the pervert so much that he didn't dare to move. Wayne's idea is purely to use oneself to judge others. The pervert has been established for a long time, and he really thinks that he is a pervert before he comes out. Isabella's eating habits have always been very generous, and if she didn't mean to target anyone, it would be even more impossible to treat him as a pervert. In Isabella's eyes, Wayne's character was remarkable, he was outstanding rather than lewd. If I really had an idea, I wouldn't introduce her to my lover's secretary, but pretend to be single and have a chance encounter in Paris, the romantic city. After eating, Isabella picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. I'm very sorry. When we parted last time, I promised to treat you to delicious food in Paris, but it turned out that I was always eating, but don't worry, I'll still treat you to this meal. Are you sure? Wayne tilted his head slightly, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The lobby manager smiled and walked over with the bill. It was a very long bill with very long numbers, which made Isabella's face turn green. Although this restaurant is not the best, it is undoubtedly the most expensive. Do you want me to lend you money to help you with the turnover? Wayne joked, took out the wallet from Mona's bag, and joined the premium membership after checking out. Club. As expected of you, you got me into the super VIP club in just one meal. Sorry. Isabella lowered her head in shame and didn't pay attention when she entered. It was only when she checked out that she realized that this restaurant was not something she could afford. What? Why didn't you pay attention while eating? If you can ask this kind of question, you won't understand foodies at first glance. It's okay. I've done well in the past 2 years and saved a little money, such as the church. I've been embezzling public funds a lot recently, Wayne comforted Isabella. Is this something she can hear? Are you full? I'm full. Would you like some more fruit? I'm troubling you. Desserts and fruits are free for senior members. Wayne snapped his fingers and the lobby manager arrived as if he teleported. Hearing that Heavenly Father needed fruit to remove greasiness, he decisively ordered the arrangement. Isabella, I have a few questions for you. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, I became the high priest of the oracle in March, and it's already May now. Paris doesn't seem to know about it. I did not receive a notice, and the church did not issue an official document on this matter, Isabella replied truthfully. Wayne nodded. Pope Senna was loyal to him and worshipped the faith as much as Anastasia. The church headquarters issued an official document announcing the promotion of the oracle to the high priest in each district. The London district had received it. There was no reason. There was no news from Frank. No need to think about it, it must be Changji who got stuck in the process. After all, the Church of Nature did not surprise Wayne at all. Tell me, where is the impression the district has on the church headquarters? Pope Ludwig has delegated power and is currently not involved in government affairs. Acting Pope Senna will take over internal affairs. If everything goes well, she will officially become the Pope within 10 years, Isabella said while eating a banana. A very correct understanding. Not to mention the division, few people in the headquarters knew that Ludwig was dead. Who is in charge of the Paris divisional headquarters now? Are there any abnormalities recently? The high priest Ms. Sang Lan, she is a legendary mage, and she is assisted by 4 priests. There has been nothing abnormal recently. It is still the same as it was before, but the connection with other churches is closer, because of the Hyla cult. Isabella said slowly, telling the outsider about the terrible mess in Paris. Frank is one of the 7 divisions of the Church of Nature. The division is headquartered in Paris. It has a legendary mage high priest and 4 golden mage priests as assistants. Tkn. Without royal suppression, several churches were very powerful in Frank and joined forces to control Frank's magical world. The most intuitive manifestation is that the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic under Frank is controlled by several churches. 4 legendary mages from Nature, Sun, Moonlight, and Heavenly Father Church serve as honorary deputy ministers of the Ministry of Magic, and a golden mage is promoted as minister. It's clear who is in charge and who is the boss. It can be said that the current interest pattern in the Frankish magic world is complex and intertwined, and has formed a complex chain of interests. It would be better if we didn't investigate, but if we did, something would definitely happen. Even if all the warehouses were burned down, it wouldn't be a problem. With the structure solidified, there are only secret fights but no open fights, secret fights between churches, internal strife within the churches, and the common hatred of joining forces to defend against the enemy in the face of pressure from the Death Knights. One word, chaos. About a year ago, a mysterious gang called the Black Sect emerged in Paris. At first, it was just a wildfire that could be extinguished easily and did not attract much attention. Within half a year, the development momentum intensified, attracting the attention of several churches. After a secret investigation, it was labeled as a cult and became the target of several churches' joint efforts to suppress it. Black philosophy is like a spring. The more oppressive it is, the more alarming the rebound will be. It has developed to the point where it has become the #1 cancer in the eyes of several churches. The power of the Black theory spread from Paris to the entire Franc. Although the overall situation is still under the control of the Ministry of Magic, in order to encircle and suppress the Black theory, a large number of magicians were dispatched to various places, and Paris's defense strength was not sufficient. It's not yet clear where the headquarters of the Hyla sect is, what the leadership structure of the church is, and how strong the top management is. Tonight's task of Notre Dame Cathedral should have been handled internally by the Holy See of Heavenly Father. Because of insufficient manpower, we turned to the natural church for help, so. After finishing the fruit, Isabella also finished talking. Before Wayne could snap his fingers, the lobby manager ordered someone to deliver another fruit set. God, don't worry about whether it's expensive or not, just say the service was not attentive. Where's the headless horseman? Is there any news about him recently? The headless horseman. Slip of the tongue, I meant Death Knight. The Death Knight hasn't shown up for a long time. Isabella lowered her voice. According to reliable information, the Death Knight went to London and abandoned the underground tomb of Paris. You are also a London, so you should have heard about it? Wayne nodded and said truthfully, I've heard of it, but I've never met him in person. Wayne asked a few more questions, and Isabella answered them one by one. After listening to her story, Wayne had some guesses in his mind. First of all, he could confirm that the so-called Black theory was the masterpiece of the Devil's Alliance. When the devil preaches in the world, it is definitely not to promote truth, goodness, and beauty. No matter how he changes his tactics, the ultimate goal is only the gate of hell. Boss, this Black philosophy. Mona turned her head, and she smelled the scent of the devil on the Black cult. No rush, just take it step by step. Wayne looked at Isabella, don't go back tonight, come back to the hotel with me. Okay. Isabella nodded without doubt or fear. Wayne didn't see the panicked face or the change in his expression as he struggled and then gave up. He was quite puzzled for a moment. No, you just believe me like that. What if? That's right. It feels great to be trusted by others. Wayne said with satisfaction, don't worry, I won't let you work in vain and take care of the food. Isabella smiled. As long as food and shelter were provided, she had no problem. Wayne felt inexplicably distressed when he saw it. The Church of Nature was a big church after all. It looked so hungry. A Frankish strongman who weighed more than 300 pounds had his long legs and waistcoat lines exposed due to hunger. He couldn't even see a single insect. Went down. Wayne patted Isabella on the shoulder, we have a good relationship. I will not treat you badly after I get promoted. Take me to see the high priest tomorrow and give you a special meal supplement. From now on, if you eat freely, the church will give you reimburse. In an instant, Isabella looked at Wayne differently. It's like a pervert has met a beautiful lady, a martial artist has obtained a secret book, or, to put it bluntly, a foodie has found a long-term meal ticket. Mona shook her head speechlessly. It could be seen that Wayne had no idea about Miss Isabella, but subconsciously attacked her out of habit. It's not a big problem. She can make Isabella wake up tonight. Wayne has no idea in that regard. Don't attack yourself by yourself. The next day, Isabella, who hadn't slept a wink all night, sat on the sofa in a daze, her long dark green hair hanging down from her forehead, making her eyes gleam green. The essay is written, it's hard physical work, so. Very hungry. Last night, Isabella listened to a symphony. The lead singer was Secretary Mona. She was a quiet secretary during the day, but her image changed drastically at night. Listening to the singing, she became an old artist. It's just that why swearing doesn't sound like acting. Isabella didn't understand very well. She remembered that when the door was closed, Mona set up a soundproof barrier. Why did the barrier suddenly fail in the middle of the concert? After careful consideration, I suspected that Wayne had ordered her to use long-term meal tickets as bait to ask her to recommend herself to the pillow and take the initiative to join the concert to sing a chorus. Who is she looking down on? She is not someone who is willing to give up her personality and dignity just for food. Just as I was thinking about it, I felt hungry and my eyes turned greener. Personality and dignity can be moved to the side first. If basic desires are not satisfied, pursuing spiritual realm is sheer nonsense. Be realistic, only when you are full can you have the strength to earn back your personality and dignity. Isabella thought it was reasonable. Wayne's younger brother was young and rich, held a high position and had magical talent. He was also a student of the old leader. It was a good choice for everyone to be familiar with the situation. In the bedroom, Mona puts on clothes for Wayne and secretly makes some small plans. This is a sure thing. If Isabella is a little ashamed, she will stay away from Wayne. She didn't realize at all that because of her assist, the outside world had already begun to attack itself. Boss, do you suspect there is something wrong with the natural church? Beyond any doubt, there must be something wrong. Wayne put on his suit and watch and said, first of all, I am very sure that Frank's Heavenly Father Church has fallen, and the clergy have basically turned to the devil or are controlled by the devil. The Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church are too close, and the Natural Church sent its own tactical team to help the Heavenly Father Church do tasks. Tisk tisk, what the Heavenly Father couldn't do was done by the devil. Wayne sighed and continued, the Natural Church has a big problem. Not only the high priest, but also the 4 priests are not immune. I will go to the high priest to get information and find out where the headquarters of the Black Reason Church is. First, eliminate the scourge, so that the devil will not suddenly make sacrifices and hurt innocent people. I like to hear it, and I want more. X2. Mona showed admiration on her face. Every time Wayne mentioned the devil, the ruthless tone and disdainful accent fascinated her. She couldn't help but hugged Wayne and kissed him. Stop it, I have something to do today. Wayne rolled his eyes. Mona was too deeply influenced by Hexeunyo. He never thought that the devil could become a part of their 3 plays. Boss, I think you are the son of God. In front of you, the devil's conspiracy has never succeeded. Mona nodded firmly. Whether Hexeunyo believed it or not, she believed it firmly. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 456. Finished breakfast. The main thing was to wait for Isabella to finish breakfast, and Wayne and Mona split up. The former went to the headquarters of the Natural Church to investigate the high priest to see if he could get information about the Black Reasoning Church, and the latter went to collect information about the reincarnated angels to ensure that they could follow behind and pick up heads when the angels attacked in a wave. The composition is well written, and it's all true. I didn't expect that you, such a serious person, are very good at flattering the leaders. On the way, Wayne sighed again and again. If Chris had this foundation, she wouldn't have to sacrifice her beauty for inspiration and outlines, and she could become a great writer on her own. Isabella was full of happiness. Looking at the long-term meal ticket, she blinked and didn't speak. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Wayne didn't know that the soundproof barrier failed last night, and the accompaniment beats were all heard by Isabella. High Priest of the Oracle, Mr. Wayne, I have a very important question here, please answer it carefully. Just call me Wayne, no need to be so polite, the relationship will be distant. Mr. Wayne, you said yesterday that you were promoted and would not treat me, an old friend, unfairly. Are you planning to plant your own spies in the Paris division? Isabella said concisely. That statement is not impossible. Wayne touched his chin. The remarks that he accepted an acquaintance as a dog hurt his personality and affected his great and glorious image in Isabella's mind, so he simply didn't mention it. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. After eating, she pursued spiritual enlightenment and thought that it was too shameful to be Wayne's lover for a long-term meal ticket. Now that she made it clear, her personality and dignity were immediately restored. Mr. Wayne, I am willing to serve you. You are the high priest of the oracle of the church. It is not shameful to offer loyalty to you. What you said is that our feelings have faded. I have always regarded you as a friend. Wayne was slightly disappointed. There were too many bugs in the church. Isabella's words were too harsh, and she was poisoned by evil winds. Thank you for your recognition. Isabella nodded. People should be self-aware. Wayne can regard her as a friend, but she cannot regard the high priest of the oracle as a friend. After correcting her identity as a younger brother, Isabella spoke more directly. The composition is well written because I practice often. My former leader, your teacher, does not like to cater to and flatter her superiors. I am responsible for similar copywriting reports. So that's it? Wayne suddenly realized that the teacher's Black History ad won, and he would share it with Veronica when he returned to provoke the relationship between the daughter-in-law and the mother-in-law. Le.jpg. Isabella's sudden change of attitude made Wayne quite uncomfortable. He asked in confusion, I remember when we first met, you were a very opinionated woman. You were brave and left a deep impression on me. How come you are so humble? I didn't say that. I am a member of the Scalpel organization, the scalpel of the church to eradicate dissidents. Except during the mission, I don't need to think too much at other times, Isabella explained. Finding a backer at the level of the oracle high priest, there is no need to think too much. She offered her loyalty and life, and Wayne provided a long-term meal ticket. How simple it is. Since you said so, your life will belong to me in the future. Wayne patted Isabella on the shoulder. I have to say that you have a good vision and caught up with the last wave of investment. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to get on the train in the future. Isabella didn't understand, but Wayne said so. She just nodded. She is so obedient before being trained. If she is polluted, wouldn't her loyalty be maxed out directly? Wayne was more and more satisfied with Isabella, and wondered whether to turn her into a follower. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. Tentacle monsters and queens are a good match, a timeless special shooting movie combination, but if the queen is a tentacle monster, the style is too creepy. Wayne already has 3 queen tentacle monsters, and he doesn't want to add more people. He decided to take the formal path to train Isabella, so that others know that there is nothing wrong with being his dog. Isabella, are you the head of the Scalpel organization? No, since the departure of High Priest Hefi, the Scalpel organization has not had a new head. It has been split into 4 parts, each controlled by 4 priests. I am just a captain, a 3rd-level priest. A priest at the level of a golden mage. Wayne complained, a golden mage can be a high priest in London. It is worthy of being frank. The family background is really rich. It can be seen that the Scalpel organization was split up by the authorities, and the public bus became a private car, becoming a private armed force in the hands of the 4 priests. Isabella was suppressed and did not live up to her expectations in Frank. Wayne thought about it and prepared to transfer people to London to help teacher Hefi reorganize the Scalpel organization in London. By the way, he called the Pope and arranged a priest identity. Everyone is his people, so he decided happily. Wayne told Isabella about his plan, but she didn't quite believe it. She held the pancake with doubt. Mr. Wayne, the Pope. Wayne. Even if you are the high priest of the oracle and a student of the Pope's student, it is impossible for you to. Maybe. Wayne interrupted and said slowly, "You are loyal to me, so you need to know who you are working for." Hearing the serious tone, Isabella couldn't help swallowing. "Before I became the high priest of the oracle, I was recognized by the elemental mantra as the next knight of nature. Because of this identity, I can support Senna to become the pope." Seeing Isabella's pupils shrink suddenly, Wayne continued, "There was a little friction between me and the previous Pope Ludwig. The rumors outside were wrong. He was not ignoring government affairs, but a dead man cannot govern." Gulp. Isabella's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Facing the real ruler of the natural church, she couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. This meal ticket is very powerful and can last a lifetime. Seeing that this guy was so full of himself and had overwhelmed the new girl, Wayne was quite satisfied and told a gossip to ease the awkward atmosphere. "As for the relationship between me and the Pope, you can understand it as Mona and me. Speak louder in the future and don't embarrass me." Ah, this. Isabella was upset, but, teacher's teacher, is this really okay? Is there any law that stipulates that it's not okay? The law doesn't stipulate it, but morality. Isabella thought about it. Senna, as described by Sci-fi, has a terrible character. Even if she is morally corrupt, it's Senna's fault. The shameless old woman stretched out her claws to the students of her students in order to become the Pope, and completed the promotion through the promotion of the natural knight. Yes, that's it. Wayne, you've been wronged. You must be thinking of something very rude. The two walked and talked, and Wayne revealed a few more secrets about the headquarters of the Church of Nature, which made Isabella so full of stuff that she just arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Nature in Paris. It looks like a private library, very Life Alliance. The library covers a large area, the fragrance of books is refreshing, the warm wind is quiet and peaceful. Isabella greeted the gatekeeper, took out her ID and swiped her card to enter the real sub-district headquarters. Wayne scanned his face, and his powerful thinking made him look very friendly. With his excellent eloquence and a friendly smile, he successfully stepped into a space wrapped in green. The semi-finished Philosopher's Stone only needs to sacrifice a legendary wizard, and the church can get a sub-district headquarters that can be attacked and defended. It's a good profit. The sub-district headquarters of Paris and London are almost the same in appearance, with blue sky, green land, mountains, and cathedrals. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are carved out of the same mold. Isabella's level is too low, and she needs to report to the high priest layer by layer if she wants to see him. If the appointment goes well, she will be summoned to the high priest's office in 3 days. Wayne couldn't wait for 3 days. With his excellent eloquence, he pushed open the door of the office and saw no one. The office was empty. In front of the huge French window, warm light shone on the desk. The high priest Sanglan was in a meeting in the conference room. Wayne sat in the office chair and picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them. Isabella stood behind Wayne. The elite didn't know how to pinch shoulders and beat legs. She stood like a javelin and did the work of thugs, killers, and bodyguards. Wayne flipped through the documents casually, as if he was at home. His eyes were fixed on the photo frame on the desk and saw Sang Ian's photo. She looked 30 years old, wearing a white magician's robe, with a straight nose, plump lips, deep and clear eyes, elegant and confident, and full of mature female charm. Sanglan was the head of the Frank division, a legendary wizard, and the former leader of her teacher 11 Fei. Because the current saint came from the Frank division, Sanglan had a promising career and was qualified to compete for the Oracle High Priest of the headquarters. Compared with 11 Fei, except that the Pope was the lover of the teacher/son and the natural knight was the son who was pregnant for 10 months, there was no advantage. The defeat was determined. Click. The office door opened, and a person in white clothes who looked exactly like the one in the photo walked in. Seeing the situation in the office, he was slightly stunned. Sanglan was stunned for a moment, then closed the door silently, with a faint smile on her face, and bowed slightly in front of the desk. "High Priest Oracle, I am honored to meet you here." A wisp of fragrant wind blew over, and the settled charm made Wayne feel overwhelmed. He raised his hand and waved in front of him. "It is worthy of being a romantic city. There is perfume everywhere." As he said that, he lowered his head and sniffed beside him. It seemed that Isabella did not have perfume on her. Sanglan looked a little embarrassed and said in a business-like manner, "Archpriest Oracle, are you here at the Paris Division headquarters for business or personal matters? Is there anything I can do for you? Before that, I have a question that I hope the High Priest can answer for me." Wayne crossed his legs on the table, leaned back in his office chair, pointed his nose at Sanglan, and snorted. "In March, the official document for my promotion to Archpriest Oracle was issued. It's May now. Why don't the church members in the Frank Division know me yet? For confidentiality, all your information is blocked. Only I and the 4 priests know it," Sanglan explained. It was a very official answer, and Wayne couldn't find any fault with it. He bowed his head and said, "Okay, this answer is acceptable to you, and I won't pursue it anymore. Thank you for your understanding." Sanglan smiled unchanged. This should be the first time for the High Priest of Oracle to come to Paris. "Do you need me to arrange a pleasant trip for you? If I want to travel, I already have a destination." Wayne looked at Sang Ian's expression, trying to detect the change in his expression. "I want to go to the underground tomb. You pack up and go with me." Sang Ian's face changed slightly. "The underground tomb is the territory of the Death Knight. He is too powerful. I don't recommend you to do this." "What if I must go?" I will arrange a team of followers for you." 83 Chinese website latest address. Sanglan smiled bitterly. "As for me, I'm very sorry. As the High Priest, I can't go out at will. Even if it's your request, I must get the Pope's approval before I can enter the underground tomb." There was nothing wrong with Sang Ian's answer and look. Wayne couldn't see anything wrong with it. He frowned and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm here on business this time. The headquarters received information from an informant in the Holy See. There has been no movement in the Papal State recently. Xiao sent several strong men suspected of reincarnated angels to arrive in Paris, and the target was the underground tomb." Sang Ian's breath was stagnant, and he hurriedly said, "Reincarnated angel, how can the Papal State get such a big capital? Is the source of intelligence reliable?" "Very reliable," Wayne said slowly. "According to reliable information, the Papal State noticed that there are a large number of devils in Paris and intends to open the door to hell in the underground catacombs, so it dispatched a large army of reincarnated angels." This. Sanglan choked on his words and took a deep breath and said, "High Priest Oracle, this information is too important. I have to have someone confirm it. Please wait a moment. I know Archbishop Dio of St. Sulpice Church. Maybe we can get some clues from him." "No." Wayne raised his hand to stop. "The Papal State suspects that the local Holy See has been controlled by the devil. The arrival of the angel army has not been notified to the Archbishop. You asked him and he couldn't answer. Besides, everyone belongs to different forces. He wouldn't know if he knew. Tell you." "You're right." Sanglan nodded. "I was excited. When I thought that such a powerful force was about to arrive in Paris, and the church did not have enough means to resist it, I couldn't help but panic. I was afraid that after the angels cleaned up the devils, they would also treat the church as a threat for attack targets. This is indeed the truth. Each angel is more arrogant than the other, and a scapegoat comes at us, saying that there are devils in our divisional headquarters, and there is no way to stop them if they force their way in." Wayne said, "So the headquarters sent me over to check the situation. If necessary, transfer the effective forces in the division to avoid conflict with the Holy Father." Sanglan nodded repeatedly. It was reasonable and she agreed very much. I came here to say hello to you today and treat it as acquaintance. You may not believe it, but we are actually quite related. Oh, what do you say? My teacher's name is Heath Landau, no, Heath Valentine, who was the head of the Paris Scalpel Institution and worked under you. Wayne chatted about family affairs, the parents of the East family, the shortcomings of the West family, and the shamelessness of the Wang family's daughter-in-law. He made witty remarks and talked nonsense, and he forced Sanglan to stay in the office and chatted for 3 hours. Everyone in Sanglan was numb. They had never seen a man talk so much nonsense. He seemed to be able to talk all day long. After finally waiting for Wayne to take a breath, she hurriedly interrupted, "High Priest Oracle, it's meal time, please move to the restaurant, and we will chat while we eat." "Only I can interrupt here." Wayne complained in his heart and nodded, "Okay, I'm tired. Let's just leave the part for now. We'll continue talking when we get back. Isabella, you accompany the Oracle High Priest to the restaurant first. I will change my clothes and arrive shortly afterwards." Sanglan ordered Isabella and saw the two of them pushing the door open and leaving, walking slowly towards the back room. A white robe is taken off, and the simple outfit outlines the graceful curves. The wine accumulated is mellow and intoxicating, without losing the beautiful sense of fashion. The robe accidentally slipped to the ground, and Sanglan bent down to pick it up. The straight lines of her long legs were smooth, and a layer of white light overflowed under the warm light, like a work of art that made people want to show it off. Sanglan closed her eyes and sensed, making sure that there were no perverts peeping around, then she slowly straightened up and hung up her white robe. She changed into another white robe, brushed her fingertips over the bookcase, and after opening the secret compartment, a white dove used for communication jumped out. "Goo goo goo." Sanglan threw a handful of corn with his hand and silently recited a spell to store the information in the pigeon's mind. With a snap of his fingers, the light deflected, and the carrier pigeon transformed into a young and beautiful girl in white robe, walking innocently and lively towards the outside of the office. The door opened, a hand reached in, pressed the girl's forehead and pushed her back to the office. "High Priest, I suddenly remembered something." Wayne stared at the rising and falling figure under the white robe with interest, and apologized, "You seem to have very difficult things to deal with. I won't disturb you if I talk about other things now, right?" Sang Ian's heart was in her throat, and her smile remained unchanged as she said, "No, serving you is my duty. I have changed my clothes and will go to the restaurant now." "No rush." Wayne tightened his fingers, and the girl in white robe made an ouch and turned into a fluttering white dove. Wayne held the white dove in his palm and asked with a faint look, "What is recorded in the encrypted communication written by the mind?" "Personal privacy. It just so happens that I like to peek into personal privacy, especially in front of that person. It seems more interesting." Wayne's voice became colder, and a ray of thought opened up. Ubeg saw an encrypted code in his eyes. "It will take a while to crack. Please wait a moment, and I will get it done as soon as possible." "High Priest Oracle, you have gone too far." Sang Ian's voice also cooled down, and the fluctuations in his thoughts spread out, drawing the void projection and enveloping Wayne in his life force field. Life force field. Wayne looked at the disappeared white dove in his hand and smiled. "Isn't it just personal privacy? The High Priest's hand is a life force field. He is quite angry." Sanglan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I know you are doubting me, and I have a message for you. You can't check everything. If something is found, neither you nor I can afford the price. Then I want to check even more." Wayne's eyes sparkled, and the life force field spread out, spreading around, with a diameter of 3 meters. The disappeared white dove reappeared in his hand. His mind broke in and he forcibly decrypted it. He saw a conversation and read it out with a smile. "The angel has come, the plan has changed, inform others." Opposite him, Sang Ian's face was ashen, angry, frightened and uncomfortable. High Priest, I won't say any more nonsense. Both people and the stolen goods have been stolen. I also want to know more information. Should you take the initiative to tell me, or should I help you look decent? Wayne waved his hand and let the dove fly. The white dove flapped its wings and landed on Sang Ian's shoulder. It lowered its head and pecked it a few times, as if to apologize. Beg, I don't want to either. He's going to force me, so I have to give it to him. Boom. A ray of fire bloomed, and the white dove turned into ashes. Now the evidence is gone. What does it matter? My mouth is the proof. Arrogant. Unreasonable. Sanglan said solemnly, High Priest Oracle, I still say what I said, there are some things that cannot be investigated. For the sake of everyone, let's stop here. I still say the same thing, I have checked everything, and I must get to the bottom of it. Snort. Sanglan snorted coldly and waved his hand to change the shape of the life force field. The vast mountains and seas were layered on top of each other, and the four elements were occupying one side in the sky. The huge life force filled every corner of the world, creating an endless stream of tree-human armies. The vitality field is false. In a battle between legendary mage and legendary mage, the winner cannot be determined in a short period of time. There is only one way to achieve a quick victory, fight for knowledge reserves. As a legendary mage, Sanglan conducted an investigation into Wayne, the oracle priest who had risen to power inexplicably. A student of Hefei, the high priest of Lundan district, and a favorite of acting Pope Senna, he relied on nepotism to obtain excellent resources. Because Senna needed it, he rose to the top and became the oracle high priest. To put it simply, the pretty girl was created by Senna using resources. Unlike the legendary mage who cultivates on his own, looking at the scale of the life force field, you can tell that the pretty boy has insufficient background and a weak foundation. He is called a legendary mage, but he is actually a parallel import. Will win. Bang. The violent airflow swept across the entire field. Wherever the red light passed, the tree men were cut off at the waist. They fell down one after another like wheat. Before they fell to the ground, they spontaneously ignited due to the terrifying heat wave and turned into ashes amidst the explosion. Ash. Sanglan let out a light sigh, his thoughts covering the entire life force field. He felt a flash of residual light in front of him, and the tearing pain hit his heart, as if his whole thoughts and life force field were torn apart. The next second, the afterimage arrived in front of him, and a fist magnified infinitely in front of his eyes. Boom. Wayne punched out and landed lightly on the ground. Looking at the blood on his fist, his heat vision evaporated it. In the distance, there was a loud sound, and the frenzy exploded like the sky was falling apart. In the huge explosion, the life force field belonging to Sanglan dispersed, and the life force field belonging to Wayne swept down. He waved his hand, clasping the bleeding face with his 5 fingers, and tilted his head to look at the bloody face between his fingers. What a pity, I was so moved by your bent posture just now, and now I see this disfigured face, the feeling is gone. Sanglan opened his mouth weakly, and a large amount of blood flowed down. There was less air coming in and more air coming out. His mind was blown away by a punch, and his body was severely damaged. If he didn't save him, he would be gone. It has to be a legendary mage, a demigod, or something who wouldn't dare to take Wayne's fist with his face. What did you say? Please speak louder, I didn't hear you clearly. Wayne smiled happily, tightening his fingers and pressing his skull, making a crackling sound. He smiled, and the smile on his face stiffened. I. It's, from Pope Senna. Myself, people. Wayne, Sigma. Winky face, what does self mean? Literally. Humph, you devil's minion, don't even think of lying to me. Wayne was a little panicked. The secret passage was not a big problem. Even if this person was one of his own, he was controlled by the devil at this time. He was a traitor and a young man. A wisp of his thoughts invaded, and he saw Sang Lan clearly inside and out. There is nothing wrong with the body, except for being a little sticky, and there is nothing wrong with the mind, except for falling apart. It is a very standard natural belief, with no trace of the 7 deadly sins. Wayne silently placed Sang Lan on the ground, using his 5 fingers to diffuse the life energy, repair the damaged face, and inject life into awakening the mind and body. High Priest, wake up. Wayne knelt in front of Sang Lan and called for the miracle of life, please, don't die. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 457. Who am I, where do I come from, where am I going? What is the meaning of life, what is the essence of life, why should people live? Sang Lan sat up in confusion, his mind went blank. He looked at Wayne, who looked delighted, wondering who this person was and why he had such an unforgettable feeling. Relative or enemy? With a sudden heartbeat, Sang Lan began to breathe heavily, like a drowned fish that had successfully landed on the shore, gasping for air. Along with this violent breathing, a large number of memories poured into the blank brain, the rigid thinking merged into the body, and the complete golden triangle tended to be balanced and stable. Come to life. Great, High Priest Sanglan, you are finally alive. Wayne grabbed the other person's hand excitedly. Do you remember, I am Wayne, the Oracle High Priest at the church headquarters. After receiving your letter for help, there were traces of the devil in the Paris subdivision, so I rushed over immediately. I drove away the devil and saved you. I am your savior. High Priest, speak. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Sang Lan struggled to pull out his hand, staggered to his feet, and realized that he was in Wayne's life force field. Worried that he would kill someone and silence him, he swallowed the curse words on his lips. In her heyday, she was no match for Wayne. What's more, now that her body has just recovered and her mind has become depressed. It's no use screaming her throat out in the enemy camp. Wayne has casually accused the devil's minions of being a traitor, and she will still have to bear the infamy when she dies. High Priest, speak to me. Thank you for your life-saving grace. You worked hard to drive away the devil, Sang Lan said dryly. This is more or less the same, assuming you know the truth. After the person was rescued, Wayne no longer panicked, waved his hand to disperse the life force field, and sat down on the office chair. Returning to the familiar High Priest's office, Sang Ian's heart was relieved. Although it was useless to scream, at least someone could hear him. The believers rushed forward, and Wayne might not dare to kill them all. After receiving a fatal punch, Sang Lan looked at Wayne again, no longer showing the initial contempt. The pretty boy did not rely on resources, nor was he a subordinate of Pope Senna. He rose to power through hard power, and he was one of the strongest in the church headquarters. The cool breeze felt on the back of Sang Ian's neck, and she felt lingering fear in her heart. She was just a little closer to dying. Judging people by their appearance can lead to death, and it is not allowed to do so based on hearsay. She wanted to ask now, which bastard spread gossip and rumors, saying that the pretty boy was Senna's face and got to the position by trading power and sex? High Priest, I have checked that you are not a minion of the devil, and there is no trace of your mind being controlled by the devil. However, I do not rule out the possibility that you actively turned to the devil and wanted to go to hell. Wayne crossed his legs on the desk. Don't get too happy too early. Your suspicion hasn't been cleared yet. I can beat you to death at any time. Sang Lan looked bitter and said honestly, High Priest Oracle, if you have any questions, I will answer them one by one. I wish I had said no earlier. I have to get a beating, to be honest. Oh, there was no beating. I only punched you once and you fell down. High Priest Oracle, do you still want to ask? Sang Lan cursed inwardly, saying that if he couldn't beat him, he would definitely fall out with Wayne today. Why, I saved your life and I can't even say a word to you. You haven't paid for the medical expenses yet. Wayne snorted twice and saw that Sanglan looked aggrieved. He wanted to have an attack but didn't have the courage, so he nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, what's going on? When did you send a message to Pope Senna? Who is it? I have been following Lady Senna for a long time. On the surface, I work for Pope Ludwig, but in fact, Sanglan is really one of his own. When Senna was still the high priest of the Oracle, she wanted to win him over as her party member on the grounds that Ludwig would leave sooner or later and Sanglan would choose to side with him. On the surface, Sanglan works for Ludwig, but secretly, he supports Senna to become the next pope. Wayne had read Senna's memories and was not interested in junk information such as insects. He subconsciously ignored these interpersonal relationships and had no idea who Sanglan was. From Sang Ian's point of view, Wayne was just a pretty boy supported by Senna, and he was still the kind of person who had no self-awareness about the power of others, so he only spoke half of his words and was quite disdainful of the newly promoted Oracle High Priest. If you eat soft rice well. There are some things you can't know. The moral of the story is that the Riddler deserves to be beaten, Wayne concluded. Sang Ian's white robe was stained with blood, and possibly a lot of brain matter. He dared to be angry but dared not speak. He continued, the carrier pigeon is used to contact the two high priests of the Life Alliance. We found out that the devil is behind the Hyla cult. Shengsu Archbishop Dio of the Urbis Church is very likely to have turned to the devil, and secretly made a plan to use the devil's hand to weaken the power of the Frankish Holy See, and the three of us will divide the benefits. Ms. Senna also knows about this. Senna knows. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Senna knew but didn't tell him. Is this bitch crazy? Ever since she obtained the elemental mantra and learned that she was a natural knight in the other world, Senna became more and more courageous. No, it should be said that she regained her true nature. After all, she is a bad woman, an extreme among the hardliners and a radical among the hardliners, who wants to ride on everyone's head and become the queen. Wayne knew in his heart that Senna's return to her true nature was related to him. He asked Senna to do this, and because of his pampering, Senna acted more and more arrogantly. She didn't take anyone else seriously except him. It's not a big problem. A few whips will make them behave. Sanglan continued to tell the whole story. The three churches of the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church jointly controlled the entire Frank magic world. They cooperated with each other, fought openly and secretly, and had unclear interests. The complicated relationship lasted for hundreds of years and was almost impossible to cut. It would be better if they didn't investigate. Once they investigated, they were all insects. In this case, it was impossible for the Life Alliance to kick the Heavenly Father Church out, but the devil came and the opportunity came. The devil came, the Heavenly Father Church died violently, and the Life Alliance earned the faith with tears. How pleasant it was. After listening to the general situation, Wayne's face was full of black lines. Sanglan didn't make some words clear, but those who understood that this trick of pushing the boat with the current was aimed at subverting the power of the Heavenly Father Church in Frank. Once it succeeded, all the clergy on the Frank side would be finished. At least tens of thousands of people would be killed and injured. Wayne had nothing to say about the struggle between beliefs. He respected the fate of others and put aside the complex of helping others. Don't bother yourself, or you'll end up in trouble. But he was very upset that the Life Alliance allowed the Black Reasoning Church to grow and eat away at the Heavenly Father Church bit by bit. It didn't matter what the Heavenly Father Church was like, but there were so many believers in the Heavenly Father Church. Once the devil took full control of it and used it for large-scale sacrifices, the consequences would be disastrous. Wayne put down his feet with a dark face, hooked his fingers and said, "Your nose is a little flat. I didn't fix it when I just helped you reshape your body. Come here and I'll help you fix it. Sanglan shook her head repeatedly, retreated to the door and grabbed the door handle. If Wayne dared to mess around, she would dare to scream. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Wayne's eyes glared, his thoughts penetrated his body, and invisible tentacles rolled out, wrapped around Sang Ian's plump body, strangled her in mid-air, and blocked the mouth that wanted to call for help. Woo woo woo. Sanglan opened her mouth wide and encountered an invisible tentacle monster. Her white robe tightened, and her beautiful figure was visible at a glance. You probably don't know who you are talking to. If it weren't for Senna, I would have beaten you to death. Wayne secretly thought that it was bad luck. That sentence was right. You can't check everything. What if you find something? Sanglan didn't let him check, but Wayne insisted on checking, and he found Senna. One's own family members must not be checked. They are beautiful and sleep more than the quota. Anyone who misses sleep must sleep twice as much. Even if they are found out, at most they will be punished by lynching, and they will not be made public. In this case, I can only find a way to clean up my mess. Wayne waved his hand to let Sanglan go. He couldn't touch Senna, so he could only use her as a punching bag, as a dignified high priest of the district, representing the face of the church in Frank. How can you be so disheveled? I am not disheveled. Okay, you dare to talk back. Wayne glared at Sanglan fiercely. Just now when you bent over to seduce me, your clothes were in disarray. You look like a decent woman, but your methods are so despicable, and you blame her. Sanglan blushed. According to her investigation, Wayne's reputation is average and he is a pervert. She suspected that Wayne was secretly spying on her. In order to avoid ruining the big thing, she wronged herself and personally went into battle to seduce her. How could his methods be despicable? It seems that she is very happy. This is called tactics, scouting the enemy. Unexpectedly, although Wayne was online throughout the whole process, he did not reveal any flaws. Even more unexpectedly, the shameless person turned the tables and said that she was a pervert. If you have the ability, don't watch it. Wayne scolded for half an hour, sarcastic, shameless, insidious, greedy, narrow-minded, despicable. He used himself as a model and scolded Sanglan. Sanglan cursed back in her heart, and her evaluation of Wayne was that he had no other advantages except for his ability to fight. I won't say any more nonsense. The plan of the Life Alliance ends here. Contact the two high priests, I want to meet them, Wayne ordered. I'm afraid that won't work. As for Lady Senna, she can't protect herself. What is the relationship between the two of you? Sanglan used to think that Wayne was a gigolo who got promoted by eating soft rice, a legendary wizard with a lot of resources. After being punched, she felt that the positions between Senna and Wayne might be reversed. Wayne is on top, Senna is on the bottom. If this is the case, she has to re-evaluate the current situation of the church headquarters. Sanglan took a deep breath and said obediently, High Priest Oracle, there are 3 churches in the Life Alliance. We have no right to interfere with the other 2. The interests are in front of us. Naturally, the church will withdraw, and the Sun and Moonlight churches will only increase their efforts. Don't worry about this. Make an appointment and I will convince them. Wayne closed his eyes and shook his head. The plan of the Life Alliance is very dangerous. You haven't succeeded yet, but the devil has succeeded. What's the difference between this move and the devil's accomplices? I won't let countless people risk their lives to fight for fame and fortune with you. You actually still care about ordinary people? Sanglan was slightly stunned. She couldn't tell that this bastard who was ruthless and wanted to kill people at every turn was actually a kind bastard. She lowered her posture and her tone was somewhat respectful. High Priest Oracle, the Life Alliance has investigated the Black Reasoning Church. The devil who secretly supports the Black Reasoning Church is not strong. The devil will not succeed. The Life Alliance will stop him. Your worries are unnecessary. Your ignorance and arrogance also surprised me very much. My evaluation of you is stupid, Wayne said mercilessly. Sang Ian's face turned pale, and she said, High Priest Oracle, the information was obtained by a number of legendary wizards working together, and we are fully confident. The devil who supports the Black Reason cult is the troll Andreas, whose strength and ability are inferior to those of hell. Even if he comes to the world, we have the ability to drive him back to hell. Sanglan told reliable intelligence and was very dissatisfied with Wayne's underestimation. Wayne was not the only one with good intentions. These insects were cold-blooded butchers who killed people without blinking an eye. The Life Alliance has investigated the location and number of people in the Devil's Sacrifice ceremony. Take a step back, the Life Alliance tacitly admits that the Devil is growing stronger, with the purpose of suppressing the belief foundation of the Heavenly Father Church. When the sacrifice ceremony begins, it will come as a savior to tell the majority of believers that believing in the Heavenly Father is useless, and only believing in the merciful Goddess can be saved. Well said, but what if you fail? It is impossible to fail. Sanglan said with a stiff face, Excuse me, you are the most arrogant one. You are self-reliant on your strength and look down on me from the bottom of your heart. With this attitude, you will not believe anything I say. Wayne did not speak, but raised his fist suddenly. Sanglan jumped back and grabbed the door handle. Wayne stroked his hair. Sanglan, pen. This is too much. It's proven that I have the capital to be arrogant, and I should look down on you. Wayne snorted coldly, You have investigated, and so have I. My investigation has told you that there is more than one devil behind the Black Reason Church. Troll Andreas is a trick of the devil to deceive you. From the beginning, the Life Alliance was deceived by the devil. In addition, the local Father Church is controlled by the devil, but not the Papal States. It is confirmed that the devil's power is huge and more than one reincarnated angel has been dispatched. Finally, the Death Knight in the underground tomb has long been controlled by the devils. He has no head and is now a headless knight. You can't even do anything about the headless knight. How can you deal with the monsters and demons that defeated the headless knight? With the arrival of the reincarnated angel, what can the Life Alliance use to compete with heaven? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What else do you have except daydreaming? Wayne sneered every time he said it, and Sang Ian's face turned pale and bloodless. If that's the case, you don't seem to have any way, right? You woman, you really deserve to be punished. Wayne's fists itched, and he squinted his eyes and smiled, At least I'm more sober than you. Contact the high priests of the two churches immediately, now, right away, do you understand? Feeling a chill, Sanglan nodded repeatedly and turned to walk into the inner room. Wait a minute. Wayne raised his hand to stop, and said rationally, Ask them out for dinner, but don't talk about the reincarnation angels, just say that you want to redistribute the benefits against the Heavenly Father Church. Sang Ian's heart trembled, and her tongue trembled as she said, You mean? Just because you are not controlled by the devil does not mean that they are not. Intelligence cannot be leaked easily. Wayne closed his eyes and said that the reincarnation angels could be discovered by the devil, but they could not be betrayed by him. The former was to take advantage of the situation and grab the head, while the latter was to eat the buns with the blood of teammates. People should not be too shameless. I understand, I will contact them immediately. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon now, I want to see them before afternoon tea. Okay. Half an hour later, Isabella brought the packed steak back to the office. Seeing Wayne sitting behind the desk without saying a word, and Sanglan standing in front of the desk with a pale face, her brows slightly frowned. Forgive her keen observation, the high priest seemed to be different. The corners of his eyebrows had changed, his pupils were not so clear, and even the distance between his legs had widened. He was shaking, as if he was injured and couldn't stand. Isabella didn't understand it very well. She smelled the faint blood in the air, and a trace of disgust flashed across her face. She hated these women who sold their bodies to get to the top, and they even gave up their personality and dignity for power. She was different, just for a bite to eat. "Mr. Wayne, today's main course is steak. I couldn't wait for you in the restaurant, so I packed a portion for you." Isabella opened the lunchbox and handed over the knife and fork. Wayne stabbed the steak with a knife and was about to put it in his mouth when he found that Isabella was staring at him. He turned the steak to the left, and Isabella's eyes turned to the left. He turned the steak to the right, and Isabella's eyes turned to the right. Interesting. Not only is it interesting, it is also something to be proud of. Not every man has the ability to make a beautiful woman drool. It didn't matter whether Wayne ate it or not. He teased Isabella for a few times and then handed the steak over. "Mr. Wayne, I'm so sorry. After all, it's your lunch." Isabella swallowed it in a few bites, and her flexible tongue stretched out to lick the food residue on the knife. What a clever little tongue. Wayne took back the knife and was silent. If he didn't know that Isabella was a foodie, he would definitely misunderstand that the other party was seducing him. Shameless, it's not dark yet. Sanglan secretly disdained it. She hated these women who sold their bodies the most. They even gave up their personality and dignity in order to climb up. I didn't notice it before, but I noticed it today. Isabella is not a good person. She seems to be taciturn, but she is charming in her bones and is very good at seducing men. In addition, her investigation of Wayne may have failed, and she did not find out the true details, but she was right about one thing: he was a pervert, and he took Isabella as his new favorite as soon as he came to Paris. Sanglan dared to bet that Wayne would definitely treat Isabella specially. "High Priest, this is Isabella. I tested her combat ability last night. It's a waste of talent for a gold mage to work as a third-level priest. You can arrange for the 4 priests to return the leadership of the surgical knife organization and Isabella to be the new person in charge." Wayne looked at Sanglan with a cold face. "What did I say?" Sanglan sneered in her heart and cursed them secretly, mainly Wayne. On the one hand, he had an unclear relationship with the Pope, and on the other hand, he hooked up with a little roast outside, using his power for personal gain to promote his lover to a higher position. There is no doubt that he is also a bug. In addition, arrange a meal subsidy for her. Wayne explained the situation of the meal subsidy. Sanglan frowned after listening. There are many ways to make money. Meal subsidies can make a few cents. Telling it out would just reduce the value of the Oracle High Priest. High Priest Oracle, are you sure you want meal allowances instead of other subsidies? Why, you think it's too expensive? No, if you insist, I have no problem. We can use the church's expense account book. Sanglan nodded. At the same time, Wayne shook his head. It can be seen that Isabella is a small transparent person, and the big boss has no idea how big her appetite is. If the food is not bad, Isabella just swept the cafeteria and was able to bring back a steak because of his long-term meal ticket status. One meal is full, and every meal is full. Oh, she didn't eat enough for this meal. Frank is too chaotic, and it will be even more chaotic in the future. Wayne will not put Isabella in the Frank division, and will take her back to London when he leaves. In order to facilitate promotion during the transfer, first arrange Isabella to be the head of the scalpel organization, and then add a few tasks of post-clearance and clean-up to gild her, and then she can go smoothly, so that no one will find fault with him and say that he abuses his power for personal gain. The same goes for meal allowance. Isabella had meal allowance in Frank, so she had to have it in London. For the sake of the century-old friendship between the two countries, she couldn't be compared. The grandfather of London is the grandfather, and Paris is just a bunch of beggars. The office door was opened again, and the beautiful young girl in white walked into the room and said to Sanglan, "We have made an appointment to meet in an hour." The two high priests didn't say anything. Judging from their expressions, they were very dissatisfied with your sudden change of mind. I know, there is corn in the inner room, go eat it yourself. Okay. The little girl turned into a white dove with a bang, fluttering back to the inner room. The meeting time did not exceed afternoon tea, and Wayne was very satisfied with it. He got up and followed Sang Lan out of the office. 2 steps later, he pulled Isabella, who was looking into the inner room. Don't look, that's a carrier pigeon, not a roasted pigeon. No, I'm looking at the corn. Isabella looked back every 3 steps. Wayne's eyelids jumped, and he regretted accepting him as his lackey. It was too shabby. It was embarrassing to walk around with this rope. The place where Sang Lan met with the 2 high priests of the Sun and Moonlight Church was at the headquarters of the Paris Ministry of Magic. This is an official organization, established by the Frank government to accept the royal legacy. Like the Ministry of Magic of London, it serves the country and is the most powerful violent organization of the Frank government in the magic world. Unfortunately, after the Great Revolution, without the suppression of the royal bloodline, the power of the church gradually eroded the Ministry of Magic. To this day, the Ministry of Magic has no connection with the Frank government and has become a tool for the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church to rule the Frank magic world. Oh, it's not that there is no connection at all. The Frank government has to pay wages and use taxes to support a group of uncles, paying protection fees in disguise. Good thing, separation of church and state. Le.jpg. The Ministry of Magic headquarters covers a large area, which is more arrogant than the Ministry of Magic in London. Because it is not their own money, the 4 churches jointly demanded a large amount of funds to repair it, and it has not been completed yet. Under construction. The price of a bag of cement is amazing. Repairing a broken yard will cost the Navy's military expenses next year. Wayne didn't want to talk about the insects. After asking the driver to stop the car, he said to Isabella, I will give you half an hour to eat. It's free here. If someone charges you, tell them the name of the high priest. Isabella nodded repeatedly. Wayne's thighs were long and hard, and it was very comfortable to hug. If she had known this, she would not have returned to Paris 2 years ago. She was hungry for 2 years in vain, which was a grievance. She will eat it back in the future. After Isabella left, the black car continued to set off, passing under the green trees, on a path that was very suitable for marching. Wayne sat in the back seat of the black car, looked at Sang Lan next to him, raised his hand and put it on her leg, and whispered, You have made a lot of money in these years, right? Sang Lan was startled and moved to the side. You are joking, this is a task assigned by the church headquarters. I don't make a penny, even if there is money, I use it to manage relationships, except for the salary that the high priest deserves, I have nothing. The implication is that all the money goes to Senna. She is a black glove, the kind who does dirty and hard work. No matter what you say, since I saw it, I must have my share, Wayne said. Since he is here, it would be a pity if he doesn't pick up something on the road, and it would be a loss if he rounds it off. Loss. This is not going to kill him. Sang Lan cursed the insect inwardly and wanted to say something, but when she saw Wayne raising his hand to touch her leg again, she said softly, How much do you want? 50%, no, 70% is okay. Why only 70%, do you really think that I, a stinky outsider, came to Paris to beg for food? Wayne sneered repeatedly, and without touching Sang Ian's leg, he clenched his fist in front of her and said ruthlessly, I want all the money you have made over the years. Then you might as well kill me. Or I'll kill you. Seeing that Sang Lan was too angry to speak, Wayne snorted again. He was still not satisfied with just sitting there and waiting for the money, thinking about how to deal with the other party. The daring insect dared to use even the devil. If you like it so much, I'll let you see the devil's methods. As for his own people, Wayne ignored it. There is a saying that goes, The vassal of my family is not my family. Sanglan is Senna's little sister. What does it have to do with him? He deserves the money, not a penny less. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 458. In the all-white classical office building, the two high priests waited for a long time. One male and one female. Like Sanglan, he is about 30 years old in appearance, has a calm temperament, and has the dignity of a superior. The two of them sat at a round table. The man's name is Yuri, the high priest of the Church of the Sun in Paris. His strong torso bulges out the black suit. He has neat short hair, a resolute face, and angular eyebrows, giving him a very philosophical atmosphere. He is over 2 meters tall and is also a big guy. He is taller than ordinary people even when he is sitting. The woman's name is Givenchy, a very Frankish name. She is the high priest of the Moonlight Church in Paris. She has long elegant hair and extremely beautiful appearance. Her slender figure is covered by a light and elegant robe. She is a quiet and elegant woman. Seeing Sanglan arriving, Yuri said, "You invited us out, but you arrived last. What do you mean? What are we going to talk about today?" "Yuri, you are a little excited." Givenchy smiled to smooth things over and said, "Sanglan, who is this man next to you? Is it related to today's meeting? If not, please stay out of his way." As he was talking about smoothing things over, he suddenly said something cold. It is conceivable that Sang Ian's temporary change of heart made the two of them dissatisfied. They held a small impromptu meeting and now they have formed a strategic partnership. If Sanglan doesn't know what's going on, don't blame them for joining forces to lower the price. "This is my secretary, he must be present." "Where is the former secretary?" "Dead." X2. Sanglan was so angry that anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Yuri touched his head and frowned. "What happened? You look a little different today than before." Givenchy nodded. "There is indeed some difference, it seems to have become more beautiful." "Because of love," Wayne interjected. X3. Sanglan closed his eyes expressionlessly, and the two high priests looked at Wayne at the same time. They didn't understand where a man carrying a bag had the courage to interrupt in such an important meeting. What class? There aren't even any seats. Is this where you can interrupt? The two high priests were quite dissatisfied. The people below had no rules, and Sanglan didn't know how to teach them a lesson. Soon, the two of them thought it over. No wonder there are some changes, it turns out it's because of love. Now it's explained. X2. Yuri grinned, and Givenchy covered his mouth to hide his teeth. Their eyes were a bit teasing. The latter even gossiped, "Sanglan, why don't you share it with your sisters? It's really good to hide what happened when I didn't receive any news at all. I have to say, you two seem to be a good match. When he was 60, did he go to elementary school?" Judging from the sinister tone of voice, one can imagine that these are also plastic sisters. "Shut up." Sanglan slapped his hand on the table, and was so angry that he was trembling all over. Unable to deal with Wayne, he decided to deal with Givenchy and Yuri, and said coldly, "I came to see you. There is a very important matter to discuss. The information is wrong. The devil behind the Hyla cult is not only the troll Andreas, those mutants were deliberately released to mislead us." X2. The two high priests were stunned. Yuri shook his head and said firmly, "It's impossible. The information we gathered together cannot be wrong." Givenchy frowned. "Sanglan, where did you receive the new information? It's important. Please tell me clearly." "I can't tell clearly. I suspect we have a traitor." Sanglan glanced at the two of them. "You two, one of you betrayed your faith, took the initiative to go to hell and became a minion of the devil, which led to the strategic misjudgment of the Life Alliance and allowed the Hyla sect to develop into the scale it is today in Paris. Sang Lan, don't talk nonsense, this is not how you negotiate. You think we are the devil's minions, and I also think you are the devil's minions. The two high priests sneered, and Givenchy continued, if it is just this kind of thing, there is no need to meet specifically. We have already discussed how to distribute the benefits. People who are greedy are destined to get nothing. With that said, the two of them were leaving. Wayne stepped in front of the two of them and said, two high priests, please stay. The negotiation is not over yet. Our sect's high priest Sang Lan believes that strength is everything. Her principles are stronger than the two of them. You will agree to the outcome of the negotiation of. Sang Lan, are you crazy? Yuri ignored Wayne and glared at Sang Lan, clenching his fists. Sang Ian's eyelids twitched. 3 hours ago, she was almost beaten to death by Wayne. She had just escaped from the dangerous period. How could she have the ability to fight with Yuri and Givenchy? If they really fought, she would have to jump repeatedly on the line of death. She scolded Wayne in her heart, and said with a cold face, whether you are willing or not, whether you can listen to it or not, this is the fact. No one is allowed to leave today until the traitor is found. Then it's not up to you. Yuri's eyes bloomed with golden light, and the life force field swept down, shrouding Wayne and Sang Lan in a mirror world of golden light. This is a fantasy world composed of mirrors. Every inch of land, every wall, and even every breath of air seems to be carefully carved out of mirrors. The sun hangs high in the sky, and its light is reflected and refracted by countless mirrors, forming a dazzling sea of light and shadow. The sun's rays are particularly dazzling in this world of mirrors. They are split into countless colors by the mirror surface. The beams of light are intertwined and interspersed, as if there are countless small suns moving in the mirror. It is so beautiful that it is impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion created by the mirror. It's very powerful. It's big on the outside and thin on the inside. This life force field is very interesting. Wayne nodded secretly, his fists itching, ready to knock on a few mirrors to add to the fun. On the other side, Givenchy, who was involved in this, also pushed away his life force field. Silver-white glaciers connect the sky to the ground, and the world is silent and windless. There is only the sound of the ice cracking, which is both distant and clear, ethereal and deep, with an unspeakable deathly silence. Over the vast ice field, the four-colored moon phases hang side by side, reflecting each other. The cold light condenses white and penetrates the bottomless cracks in the ice field, adding a touch of grand will to the tranquility. Hey, this is not bad, it must be easy to knock on the ice. Wayne felt it was okay, but Sang Lan didn't think so. A drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he barely pushed away a small piece of the life force field. The green plants are wilted, and there is no artistic conception of vigorous vitality and all things competing. Very bad, totally unbeatable. Sang Lan, what are you doing? Your power should be more than this. Yuri was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Because of love. Givenchy explained kindly, and then sneered at the corner of his mouth, seeing that your legs are still shaking, there will probably be a life and death battle before you come here. Do you want us to give you some time to rest and regain enough energy before fighting? It was indeed a life and death battle, and she almost died, but it wasn't like this. Sang Lan didn't bother to explain anything, so he took a step back and stood silently beside Wayne. She didn't dare to protect Wayne in front of her. Regardless of her strength or status, she didn't have the confidence. Mr. Wayne, I have arranged an appointment for you, now it's up to you. Sang Lan was stunned mid-sentence, turned to look at Wayne, and immediately became furious. Wayne. Looking at his clear eyes without any impurities, it can be imagined that with his low strength, his 5 senses were controlled by the life force field, and he fell into fantasy time. Bastard, are you happy if I die? Sanglan was almost pissed to death, even though she had already been told that she belonged to Sena. Wayne still targeted her in various ways, as if he would not stop until he played her to death. Sanglan, you're here, let's talk. Yuri teleported to the junction of the two life force fields. The aura around him soared, and the powerful aura ignited bright lights and shadows behind him. The life force field that oppressed Sanglan could not maintain stability. As he stepped forward, thousands of arrows of light shot out, crushing the green land and igniting a raging fire. With the help of the fire, he himself stepped into Sang Ian's life force field. The enemy steps into the encirclement and can be harvested at any time, but Sanglan has nothing to do with the enemy. Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly, opened his thick palms, and a ray of light turned into a sword and he held it in his palm. You pretender, I want to see what weird things you did today. There was a hint of murderous intent in his words. Uh-huh. The sun's sword burned with fierce flames, and under the rolling heat wave, it burned the greenery around Sanglan to brown. She tried to stop her, but her weak mind couldn't muster any strength. Every time she wanted to perform a spell, her head felt like needles pricking her. Pain. No, cannot enter combat state. Sanglan barely managed to hold up several energy shields for defense, but they were continuously broken by the sunshine sword. Uli came to Sanglan without any effort, and saw that his face was pale and he had no ability to resist. The murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. The sword move that was originally just a test was now stabbing straight into the chest. Snap! A hand stretched out from the side, ignoring the blazing fire, and held the sun blade. Hey, he's a master. Yuri looked at Wayne in surprise. The latter's eyes were clear and cold, and he didn't seem to have his five senses manipulated just now. Who are you? Secretary. Wayne tightened his fingers and crushed the light with a snap. Seeing Yuri teleport away, he did not catch up immediately. His face was serious, as if he was facing a powerful enemy he had never seen before, and if he was not careful, he would be shattered to pieces. Why are you pretending? Just hit him, and Yuri will just look at him. If you don't believe me, try it. If you punch him, you will have to kneel on the ground and beg him not to die. Sanglan was furious, and Wayne's various behaviors made her feel intensely uneasy. I feel like I'm being sold again. As expected, Wayne never disappoints his teammates when it comes to selling them out. He said with a solemn expression, High Priest, the opponent is very strong. I have never seen such a powerful opponent. I will try my best to be even with him. Over there. I'll leave the High Priest of Moonlight Church to you, remember to come and save me after you win. After saying this, Wayne turned into lightning, opened up a life force field with a diameter of less than 3 meters, and plunged into Yuri's home court. Well done. Boom. The mirror refracted countless rays of light, the sun set in the sky, and a fireball with surging heat waves rose from the ground, rumbling and shaking the sky and the earth. Wayne fought Yuri with his bare hands. Although he had an invulnerable body, his fists were invincible to countless hands. Yuri used the flash of a mirror to teleport, forcing Wayne into danger again and again. Depending on the situation, he won't be able to help Sanglan deal with Givenchy. Everyone in Sanglan was numb. Before he could curse, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a faint fragrance hit him. He saw Givenchy with a sweet smile. He smiled without showing his teeth and was very reserved, but his eyes were cold and cold, exuding a permeating coldness. Givenchy, we had some grudges before. It was my fault in the past. I want to apologize to you here. Sanglan said seriously, at the same time, I also want to remind you, don't take the opportunity to retaliate. The man who fights Yuri is very strong, very strong. He comes for the devil. If you touch me, he will treat you as a slave devil. Oh, isn't he your lover? Givenchy's smile remained unchanged, and he raised his bare hand, with a cold moon bow in his palm. It would be great if he was my lover. I can be the Pope if I want him to be my lover. Sang Lan cursed in his heart. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that this was indeed true. She cursed inwardly, thinking about Wayne's face. She immediately became stoic, and solemnly warned, I didn't lie to you, it was him who beat me like this, he is too strong to be like a legendary mage. If you don't want to be beaten to death, you'd better put away your bow and let's have a chat. Givenchy turned his head slightly and saw Wayne, who was in a hard fight. He raised his hand and fired a cold arrow at Sang Lan. Click. The energy shield in front of Sang Lan shattered with the sound. All 10 shields and 1 arrow were destroyed. Sang Lan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly avoided the incoming arrows and said in horror, Givenchy, you want to kill me, are you really a minion of the devil? No, 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 I'm just testing you to see your current physical condition. Givenchy smiled and said, it seems that you are not injured, you are pretending to be like it. If I don't use my full strength, it will be difficult to defeat you today. Bastard, you clearly want me to die. Sang Lan didn't have the strength to fight the legendary mage, so he endured the pain that was like needles in his brain, and reluctantly transformed into a natural elf, using divine magic to launch a series of life defenses. There is nothing to do but defend. Givenchy narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, he drew the bow and arrow, carved the life force field into the tip of the arrow, and an arrow penetrated the magical defense and penetrated into Sang Ian's heart. The arrow shot out of Sang Ian's chest, leaving a frozen hole in his chest. While shattering the magic, it also defeated the amazing defensive robe on her body. You really? Sang Lan covered her cold chest. The legendary mage's keen perception allowed her to avoid the vital point at the critical moment. The arrow grazed her heart and penetrated her chest and back, taking away a lot of life and leaving a biting chill. Killed her. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a minion of the devil. I'm just afraid. If you are pretending and I believe your lies, won't I lose my life? Givenchy smiled and said, after all, who can guarantee that you are not a minion of the devil? As soon as he finished speaking, another arrow was pulled into a full moon, and the tip of the arrow was pointed directly at Sang Ian's right eye, preparing to kill him here. Snap! There was an extra hand on the shoulder, Givenchy's fingertips trembled, and the cold arrow hit Sang Lan and was nailed to the ground 20 meters away. When Givenchy's eyes suddenly shrank, and her thinking perception and life force field did not issue any warning. Even if she could see the hands on her shoulders with her naked eyes, her thinking was still blind and she could not see anything. Seeing Givenchy being pinned down by Wayne, her body stiff and not daring to move, Sang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She was just a hair away from death. The high priest of the Moonlight Church, the bow and arrow in your hand reminds me of a poker friend. For her sake, I don't want to beat you. Please be decent, give up your mental defense, and let me check your body. Wayne tightened his fingers, almost crushing his shoulders. As he finished speaking, a non-human shaped object was thrown in front of Givenchy. Judging by his size, he must be Yuri. Givenchy weighed the pros and cons, and the cold air broke out all over his body, sweeping the world. Bang! Wayne stood there with his fist raised. Givenchy beside him disappeared. Len Yuehan's bow fell to the ground and turned into ice cubes and shattered into pieces. The world of mirrors and suns disappeared secretly and ran extremely fast. Sang Lan didn't pay attention at all. Now he looked at the crumbling glacier world and nodded secretly. It turned out that the legendary mage was beaten to death with a punch. She bet that her life force field would not disappear as quickly as Givenchy and Yuri. The camera turned. Sang Lan tried his best to hold up a crooked life force field. Under a wilting tree with a crooked neck, there lay a lump and a woman in white with a bloody face. Seeing Givenchy's tragic situation, Sang Lan was both happy and sad. I am happy for the plastic sisters. Look at these little faces, they are all blooming. The sadness is even simpler. I think of myself 3 hours ago, when she also blossomed. Oracle High Priest, when dealing with women, especially generous and decent women, you should consider being gentle, gently, at least don't slap in the face. Sang Lan touched his face, feeling extremely resentful. I'm already very gentle. Wayne pointed to the big guy next to him. This lump is very anthropomorphic, the irregular shape is full of creativity, and the bloody example is placed in front of him. Sang Lan can't refute it. The difference in treatment is obvious. He is really too gentle. Wayne squatted in front of the two of them, clasping the two boneless faces with his hands, sinking into his thoughts. After some inspection, his face became gloomy and uncertain. Who is the devil's minion? Sang Lan couldn't wait to ask, and he probably had the answer in his mind. The plastic sisters were very murderous today, and they made it clear that they wanted to kill people and silence them. If the predictions were correct, they were already controlled by the devil. Both of them have traces of the 7 deadly sins in their bodies. You are really lucky. If you were not lucky enough to meet me, you would have become like them. Wayne raised his head and glanced at Sang Lan. How about this? This is the price of using the devil. Isn't it exciting? Sang Lan lowered his head, not daring to look at each other, and murmured in a low voice, I asked Lady Sena for permission, and she said it was okay for me to. I will deal with her severely, just say you reported her. Wayne came into contact with 2 bodies and was slightly modified, planting a time bomb of sin. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the 2 were active or passive. The active sin was unforgivable, and the passive, still needed to be saved. The hands melted and foam poured into the 2 faces. While they reshaped their minds and bodies, their hearts also opened to Wayne. With a quick glance, Wayne's face turned even more disgusting. It's all proactive. In the memories of the 2 of them, Wayne saw many ghosts, and one of them had a very familiar voice. The Lord of Jealousy. The Lord of Jealousy, one of the 7 demon kings, extended a warm invitation. The 2 high priests hesitated for a moment and decisively accepted the invitation from hell. Once again, the legendary mage chose hell instead of the kingdom of God without any hesitation in his future choice. The devil is here too, it's really troublesome. Wayne murmured, and the 2 resurrected high priests knelt down at his feet. My great faith, what can I do for you? Sang Lan took 2 steps back, his scalp numb, and he was so shocked by the scene before him that he dared not speak. She just seemed to have seen the power of the void, easily polluting Givenchy and Yuri, and tampering with their will and beliefs. 2 legendary mages who were at the same level as her and equally powerful were reduced to slaves. Go back to your respective posts and do whatever you have to do. Once the devil has arrangements, report them to me as soon as possible. Wayne checked the memories of the 2 men and found that they were not trusted by hell. Knowing that the information was limited, he arranged for the 2 to go back as undercover agents and probably wouldn't be able to get first-hand information, but it was better than nothing. Something was better than nothing. Take orders X2. The 2 high priests bowed and left, stepped out of Sang Ian's life force field, and came and left whenever they wanted, without giving any face. Sang Lan didn't mind this matter, but when he saw Wayne's gloomy eyes, he almost went crazy. She stepped back and explained, I didn't see anything. I am from Pope Senna. I have a strict mouth and will never tell anyone. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Wayne waved, and the strong breath of life spread out from his fingertips. Come here, the wound on your chest is very glaring, I will help you treat it. No, it's a small injury, just leave it alone and it'll be fine. Come over. Sang Lan came to Wayne with tears in her eyes. She had no hope of entering the kingdom of nature. Wayne was so lustful and took away her mind and body, maybe forcing her to become a star in the void. Wayne held Sang Ian's shoulder with one hand, pushed him around half a circle, ripped open the white robe behind him with a hiss, and quickly repaired the opponent's arrow wounds with a light touch of his fingertips. After a few breaths, the front, chest, and back were intact as before. You belong to Senna. I can't check her, so I can't check you. But I don't like you very much. Your arrogance and mistakes have caused countless people to be put on the sacrificial platform by the devil. Wayne spoke slowly. Of course, I can't blame you entirely. The devil has corrupted Yuri and Givenchy. So many people are working together. No matter how smart you are, you can't see through the truth. Besides, you are a fool. Not being contaminated, Sanglan called it a fluke, but at the same time she was a little scared. She knew so much. Was it really okay? Let's discuss it, give her a simple solution, and turn her into a dependent. Living in fear will drive people crazy. I have told you so much, but there is only one truth. Stay away from the devil. When you think you are using the devil, you have already been used by the devil. Wayne said expressionlessly, according to the memories of the two of them, the devil will visit you soon. At that time, either through coercion or inducement, the entire Paris church hierarchy will become the devil's minions. Sanglan was shocked and lowered his head to show that he had been taught. Although this man is not good in this or that, he does have something worthy of praise. Pope Senna has really good vision and has chosen a good match. Sanglan hesitated and said, High Priest Oracle, are you the evil god of the void? No, that is not the power of the void, it is life, the ultimate answer to natural faith. If she couldn't beat her, Sanglan would have already started fighting. There must be a limit to looking down on people. Do you really think she is a fool? She clearly distinguishes what is void and what is natural life. Wayne waved his hand and pulled out the elemental mantra from the void. Forgot to introduce myself, Natural Knight, Wayne. Boom. A thunder exploded above Sang Ian's head, and he stared at the elemental mantra in stunned silence. The man and sword merged into one, and the surging life breath was highly consistent with Wayne. He was a genuine natural knight. But, I remember that there is another natural knight. That is Mr. Mullah, and I am the natural knight who will succeed you. Wayne tied the elemental mantra in front of him and whispered, Go back to Senna. If Mr. Mullah doesn't call you, stay with her. After speaking, throw the elemental mantra into the void. This cock was very light in appearance, average in strength but large in volume, and the audio-visual effects were amazing, filling Sanglan to the brim. Facing the natural knight, Sanglan no longer had any complaints, and all her doubts were eliminated from the body because of the filling of the elemental mantra. Now, she believed whatever Wayne said, including the life and void just now. The chosen knight said what is life, the legendary mage is not qualified to refute. Sanglan figured it out. If his guess was correct, Senna must have taken a shortcut through the promotion device to become the Pope. Go back. We have already checked here. Next are the 4 priests. I want to see if they are innocent. The black car drove out of the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Isabella was sitting in the passenger seat with a relaxed look on her face. She tilted her head to look at the back seat. What she saw was the long-term meal ticket who closed his eyes and thought, and the extremely well-behaved high priest. He has been so well-behaved in just half an hour? Tisk, his face is even uglier. Isabella shook her head repeatedly. Does the Church of Nature have no legitimate channels for promotion? At the same time, Yuri and Givenchy returned to the church's branch headquarters. 1 gold and 1 white, 2 figures stared at the two. This city. Too dangerous. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 459. Natural Church, Paris Division Headquarters. The four priests left the office of the high priest one after another, wondering why Sang Lan was so angry today, calling them to the office and scolding them one by one, saying that they were insects without any evidence. Although they were indeed insects, this was not the point. The point was that they were called insects without any evidence, without even a reason, which was somewhat unreasonable. The four priests did not know that the moment they stepped into the office, they entered the life force field, their five senses were controlled, and then they underwent a full-body physical examination. According to the results of the physical examination, the church is still safe in the Paris division, and the ruling high-level officials are not controlled by the devil. Wayne sat behind his desk and analyzed, tapping the table with his fingertips. It should be a top-down control, starting with the high priest, and then eroding the priests and pastors downwards, and then the most basic deacons. Progressive, the main goal is stability. According to this speculation, not only the Heavenly Father Church, but also the Sun and Moonlight Church have fallen. We still have to go. Leaving it alone is a hidden danger. The number of believers in Sun and Moonlight is far less than that of the Heavenly Father Church. In fact, the three life alliances combined cannot compare with the Heavenly Father Church. But this is still a very exaggerated number. Once the devil uses it as a sacrifice. Wayne stood up and decided to go to the two churches. He asked Isabella to go back to the hotel directly, pack his and Mona's luggage and move them to the division headquarters, and ask Sang Lan to clean up the lounge in the office and replace the sheets and quilts with new ones. The bed in the lounge was too big, and he was afraid that he would get lost the next day, so he asked Mona to go with him, so that he would have someone to accompany him when he got lost. After 2 steps, Wayne found that Sang Lan followed him closely and raised his eyebrows and said, "Why, do you want to improve too?" Sang Lan shook her head repeatedly. She admired the natural knight very much, but admiration did not equal dedication, and she had no such thoughts. She followed Wayne because she was worried that she would encounter the devil. Wayne had said before that Yuri and Givenchy were both taken as minions by the devil, and the devil had a huge plot. He would come to her in the next 2 days, and she would be unable to escape the clutches of the devil by coercion and inducement. Only by following Wayne could she ensure her own safety. "Tisk tisk, you are very brave. You regard the Knight of Nature as your bodyguard, and it's free. I think you have no sense at all." Wayne looked at Sang Lan with a smile. "Sir Knight, I just paid the money," Sang Lan said weakly. On the first day of meeting Wayne, her mind was severely damaged, her body was weak, and even her wallet was emptied. After years of being a worm, she lost her motivation and could not help but want to play badly and climb up to the high limbs of the Knight of Nature like Senna and Isabella. This statement is just a thought. Although Sang Lan has no morals, she has shame. She hates women who sell their sex the most and does not want this boomerang to be stuck in her body. Besides, she could see that Wayne didn't like her very much, and his words were full of disdain. If she offered herself to him, she might become a black history of self-love and be laughed at by him. Maybe she would even get beaten. It was too difficult. "Nonsense, is that your money?" "It's the church's money, it's stolen money." Wayne stood on the moral high ground and scolded Sang Lan harshly. Sang Lan was scolded to the point of losing her temper, and she said in despair, "It is indeed stolen money, but this is the order from above. If I don't take it, how can Lady Senna take it? If Lady Senna doesn't take it, how can you take it? If you don't take it, how can Lady Senna and I make progress? Oh, you still have a big picture." Wayne raised his eyebrows and raised his fist. Sang Lan rolled her eyes, stepped forward, and took the initiative to stick out her head and wait for a beating. Wayne stroked his hair, looked at the stinky salted fish in front of him speechlessly, and slapped it, leaving a small octopus with wriggling tentacles. "This is the power of life, a part of me. You do what you should do every day, it will protect you when you meet the devil. This." Sanglan was ready to be beaten, but she never expected that Wayne would really be willing to protect her. He likes me? No, it's probably just lusting after her body, just like Isabella, changing her taste when she has nothing to do. There are two main reasons why I hate you: you are very good at making money, and you are ignorant and arrogant in dealing with the devil, Wayne said. I won't go into the details of insects here. The people in power he knows, such as Austin, Senna, and himself, are all insects who have done a lot of things like burning warehouses. In the words of Austin, the power field is very dirty. Burning the warehouse is a token of loyalty. If you want to climb up, you must first let the big boss have a handle on you. Only when you have a handle on you, the big boss will reuse you. It is conceivable that the number of warehouse fires will only increase as you go down the levels. Not everyone can be like Wayne, who can gain the absolute loyalty of his followers. Whatever he says, his followers will unconditionally execute it. The power field is result-oriented. The process is not important. The result determines whether you are trustworthy. Let me give you a simple example. Well, it is not appropriate to go into depth, so I won't give it here. Wayne insisted on making the water clear, but the result was that there were no fish. He killed Austin and Senna with tears, and then slit his own neck. Since he couldn't do it, he had no right to point fingers at the insect Sanglan. He hated Sanglan mainly because of the other party's arrogance and ignorance. He really thought that the defense line of the Life Alliance was impregnable and the devil couldn't get in even if he tried his best. The standard Frank psychology, the old white flag, I guess the speed at which this guy raised his hands to surrender. It's true, this is only the first day, and Sanglan is already giving a military salute. You have seen the devil's methods and are afraid of them. You know how terrible they are. I am very satisfied with your change. This is your reward and my promise to you. I guarantee that you will not die in the hands of the devil. Thank you for your kindness. After receiving Wayne's promise, Sanglan felt reassured, as if she had found a protective umbrella to enjoy the shade under the big tree, and immediately stopped panicking. The little eight-claw swayed, squirming its tentacles into Sang Ian's clothes, found a mountain col, got in and lay down, and stopped moving. Lying down. Wayne. Sanglan. Isabella. Sanglan remembered clearly that Wayne had just said that this octopus was part of him. Isabella could see clearly that the octopus looked very fresh. Wayne was speechless. As we all know, the tentacles of the octopus go in separate directions. This really wasn't what he meant. The octopus chose its favorite habitat. In short, Isabella, where are you looking? This thing can't be eaten, it will mutate. Wayne made a fist and coughed twice, then slapped Isabella on the head. He also left an octopus for her to prevent her from messing around, and warned her not to eat everything. Before she finished speaking, the little eight paws lying on top of Isabella's head crawled down her neck, got into her clothes and found a habitat. It's over, I'm full of words and I can't explain it clearly. Wayne's eyelids twitched and he said dryly, at least it's very hidden, and even the devil can't guess it, right? X2. Sanglan rolled his eyes, and Isabella lowered her head, thinking about asking Wayne for another octopus. Nothing else, just in case. What if this one accidentally jumped into the bowl? Wayne left the Church of Nature branch headquarters and contacted Mona to ask about the results of the investigation. The latter had not gained much and was still looking for traces of the reincarnated angels. He ended the call, looked at his watch, and made an appointment with Mona to meet at the library of the Nature Church at 9 o'clock in the evening. The Life Alliance's strongholds are usually disguised as libraries. The Church of the Sun is an exception. In addition to the library, there is also a gym. Based on the principle of proximity, Wayne decided to visit the nearest Sun Church first. After a 20-minute drive, he walked through the sewers and was there in 2 minutes. With his extraordinary eloquence and affinity, Wayne successfully entered the Sun Church's branch headquarters in Paris. The moment he passed through the barrier, his face suddenly changed. His feeling for his dependent Yuri disappeared. Either guy within guy, Yuri entered another barrier, or the mutated body was noticed by the devil and his whole body was lifted up. Moreover, the place where the ashes are raised is at the divisional headquarters. Wayne's mind wandered, looking for Yuri's figure, and found that in the huge space, there were very few members of the Church of the Sun, and their ranks were all very low, not even a senior priest. Soon, he followed his thoughts and came to a conference hall. The empty room was lifeless, with only robes or clothes hanging on the floor. On the marble floor, there are golden robes representing the priest's level and Yuri's black suit. The clothes are still there, but the body is completely evaporated, and no medical miracle can save him. It's too late. Wayne's expression was solemn. The devil's control over Paris was far beyond imagination. Less than 2 hours after he and Yuri were separated, the devil noticed Yuri's mutation and obliterated him. Along with this, other priests, pastors and other church members who were corrupted by the 7 deadly sins were also wiped out. Act decisively and strike ruthlessly, not giving Wayne the slightest chance to track him. No, Moonlight Church. Wayne quickly left the branch headquarters of the Sun Church and went straight to the library of the Moonlight Church, fearing that if he was a step too late, he would see the tragic scene of a river of blood. The mind sensed that there was no problem with little octopus, and they were all lying down in their nests. Worse. Wayne uses himself to save others, suspecting that the Moonlight Church branch headquarters has been destroyed. The devil will also use blood to write on the wall the propaganda slogan "First kill the sun, then destroy the moonlight, I am the only one who is natural, and the alliance will be king," provoking internal conflicts among the 3 families. Fighting leads to a war of faith. Regardless of whether it works or not, it will definitely be chaotic for a while. Wayne rushed to the Moonlight Church library as quickly as possible. At this time, the library was closed, and the corridor was silent and empty, like a haunted house. At this time, the sun sets and the silver moon slowly rises. As if to match Wayne's chaotic mood, a black cloud approached from far away, blocking the last bit of light and casting an endless haze. Wayne found the entrance to the library's stronghold, his fingertips dizzy with pure moonlight, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. You must be able to make it in time. The headquarters of the Moonlight Church in Paris is no different from London. The 4-color moon phases are suspended in the sky, and the 4 moon phases are quietly projected on the mountain valleys, waterfalls, and cold pools on the calm water, and the mirrored moon in the water forms a double shadow. A chilling air of murder came over him. Wayne sniffed his nose, sensed the presence of Givenchy, and said to himself that he was lucky to have arrived in time and caught the murderer. A new undercover plan was formed in his mind, and Wayne flew up and headed straight for the Moonlight Cathedral. It's decided that it's you, my new vest. Boom. The life force field was shattered, Givenchy staggered and fell, the cold bow in his hand was broken, his clothes were stained with blood, and he was beaten so hard that he could hardly maintain his original appearance. Around, all the church members contaminated by the 7 deadly sins, from deacons to priests, were turned into ice sculptures. They were hit by the aftermath of the battle and fell to the ground and shattered. Except for Givenchy, the Moonlight Church's power in Paris was wiped out. Givenchy's current situation is not optimistic. His muscles and blood vessels are all frozen, his body temperature is below 0, and he coughs out red ice. He relies on his mutated body to survive. Opposite, there are 2 robed figures, 1 gold and 1 silver. The golden figure sat on the roof of the church, cross-legged on his knees, looking at Givenchy who was still struggling below, and smiled. The high priest of the Moonlight Church is so loyal that she is still unwilling to tell who her master is. Guilun, there is no need to interrogate her, just give her a quick death. Kota, don't bother me. Both figures are female voices, the former is sonorous and powerful, and the latter is long and charming, which are completely two extremes. The silver-robed figure named Gilun walked slowly towards Givenchy. The magic power around him was calm and there was no fluctuation. He changed the reality with pure thinking. Every step he took was accompanied by frost and cold air. The cold wind blew gently, and the long robe outlined the beautiful curves. Givenchy, why did you choose to betray? You have a bright future. Tell me, who tempted you? I won't tell. Givenchy's eyes were cold and fierce, and his 5 fingers tightened. He turned ice blood into a longbow, and the arrow wrapped in blood shot out directly, jumping through space to the front of the silver-robed figure. The arrow was frozen by the cold air in mid-air, not to mention hurting the silver-robed figure. It couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. The strength was so different that Givenchy was no match at all. Her face was ashen as she waited for the final judgment. Suddenly, a violent storm blew up beside her, and a figure fell in front of her. Seeing Wayne coming out of nowhere, Givenchy showed admiration and respect, bent his frozen body and knelt on one knee. My master, I failed to complete the task and disappointed you. Here I come. The golden robe jumped down and came to the side of the silver robe. It seems to be him. Wu Li would rather die than tell his name. I didn't expect that I would deliver it to him. Wayne didn't ask about the identities of the two people at the first time. His mind scanned Givenchy's memory and his face immediately turned embarrassed. Not a devil, but a saint. The one in the golden robe is Saint Cote of the Church of the Sun, and the one in the silver robe is Saint Gilun of the Church of the Moonlight. The two came from the church headquarters, Gris, to investigate the recent abnormalities in the Paris subdivision. Unlike the Church of Nature, the two saints of the sun and moonlight have extremely high status in their respective churches, and sometimes have more say than the Pope. Unlike the Dark Church, Anastasia's words are effective in the church because of her own personality charm. Not to mention the oracle high priest of the Dark Church, Wayne, a pagan, is willing to kneel for her. The two saints hold power. In addition to their own strength, it is also related to the doctrines and power structure of the two churches. In the sun and moonlight churches, the saints are infinitely equivalent to goddesses walking on earth. Therefore, their status is higher than that of the Pope. Of course, they are still much weaker in front of the chosen knights. Since they are our own people, it is easy to talk. Wayne pressed Givenchy's head, and the pure moonlight poured into the other party's body, expelling negativity and injecting energy. While saving people, he showed a good moonlight faith magic. Hey, are all the devils so knowledgeable now? The Sun Saint Kota exclaimed lightly, praising the devil's erudition and talent, and by the way belittled the faith magic of the Moonlight Church, which is simple and easy to learn, so it is easily mastered by the devil. It's plastic sisters again. Moonlight Saint Gilun was unwilling to say more. She looked at Wayne coldly, watching Givenchy kneeling at his feet to flatter her. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent and the chill was piercing. This is none of your business. Stand aside. Wayne withdrew his hand and let Givenchy cool down after the treatment. Master, these two people are enemies, not friends. They said a lot of bad things about you and failed to protect your reputation. I am guilty of a heinous crime. Please allow me to join the battle, Givenchy said loyally. Don't stir up trouble. You said something bad happened even though nothing happened. Wayne was very curious about what the two saints said about him, but now was not the time to be petty. It can be seen that the two saints had some misunderstandings about him and regarded him as a hell devil who polluted the headquarters of the two major divisions. It was a coincidence that he came after he polluted Xiaoyuri and Givenchy. If he hadn't had a mouth and was confident that he could convince the other party, he would have taken the blame. Second-hand transactions are risky, so be cautious when buying. Devil, tell me your name, Kota said loudly. I'm not a devil. Yes, you're not a devil, you're the void evil god, Kote interrupted. As expected of the saint of the Sun Church, she's a chatterbox. Wayne rolled his eyes. He must find a chance to get back at her. In case the misunderstanding escalates, causing the two saints to get injured and their clothes to burst, and then causing a series of troubles, he got straight to the point and said, "My name is Wayne, the successor of the Sun Knight." X3. Not to mention the two saints, even the follower Givenchy was stunned. "Damn devil, how dare you humiliate the Sun Knight?" "That's the truth." Wayne interrupted and regained his position. He reached out and touched the void. "I'm very familiar with the current Knight Leo. We've fought against the followers of the ancient god together. I'm also familiar with the Dawn Proverbs. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the evidence." Seeing that he was talking like it was true, Coate didn't believe it, but decided to wait and see. After a moment, Wayne withdrew his hand expressionlessly, without taking out the Dawn mantra. "What, you can't pretend anymore," Coate has sneered. "Mr. Leo is doing a mission in the other world, and the Dawn mantra is in his hands. I can't prove that I am the Sun Knight for the time being, but I am very familiar with the other heir. She is about this tall and as energetic as you." "She is my girlfriend," Wayne explained helplessly. All of them are true, but from Coate's perspective, this is standard nonsense and teasing. Coate's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and the purity of the saint was beyond description. A pair of golden eyes danced with fire, and she was determined to burn the devil to ashes. "Don't be angry first, I just remembered it wrong, I am actually the heir of the Moonlight Knight." Wayne reached out and groped, then groped again. Groove again. Nothing was taken out. "Damn Delane, did you lose the White Knight mantra again?" Wayne was almost pissed off to death. Hearing the sneer of ridicule from the other side, and looking at Givenchy, who was keeping his head down and silent, even though he was extremely thick-skinned, he blushed a little at this time. "Well, the current Knight Delane is a gambler. I know her. She must have lost by Yezhenyan to the natural Knight Mura in a card game." Wayne said with a serious face, "It's not a big problem. Give me some time. Delane will soon overturn the table and take Bai Yezhenyan back. I can still prove myself." "Nonsense," Coate said disdainfully. "I'm not talking nonsense. It's all true." "Shut up. The honor of the chosen knight cannot be desecrated. I have seen Lord Delane. She never plays cards," Guilun said with murderous intent. "Really, she is really that kind of person." Wayne felt very wronged. He cursed Delane in his heart. Among so many chosen knights, she was the most pitfall. She always failed at the critical moment. When he thought of that shameless face, Wayne wanted to punch her in the nose and make her bleed. "Let's do the same thing next time we meet." Ahem. Wayne clenched his fist and coughed to hide his embarrassment. He failed to prove himself twice in a row. He knew that in the eyes of the other party, his behavior was a naked provocation. He turned and said, "The atmosphere seems a bit solemn. I'm making a joke to ease it. In fact, my real identity is a natural knight." X3. "Master, forget it. This is not a solution," Givenchy whispered. "Shut up, you are the devil's claw, and it's you who caused it," Wayne said angrily. "Haha, admit it, you are indeed a devil." Coate pointed his fingers into a sword and pointed at Wayne. "She is the devil's claw, and I snatched her away, so." Wayne shook his head. "Forget it, no matter how much I say, you probably won't believe it. I'd better take out the elemental mantra." Wayne inserted one hand into the void, dug and scratched, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. "Www. No way, Mr. Mura also tricked him today, and the elemental mantra lost to Delane?" Thinking of this, Wayne tried the White Knight mantra again, and both sides were empty. "Is there an artifact that responds to him?" Wayne was numb. Mr. Mura's character is beyond doubt. He will definitely not be like Delane, who is so crazy as to use the God-chosen artifact as a bet? There is only one truth. Wayne thought of the whispers full of style this afternoon. Elemental mantra, return to Senna, and follow Senna if Mura does not summon the battle. There is no his name in the whispers, so MD, elemental mantra is a hammer. Wayne had nothing to say, looked down at Givenchy who was silently avoiding embarrassment, and looked at the two saints opposite who were sneering, took a deep breath, and took out the Oracle High Priest's certificate and scepter of the Church of Nature. I'm one of you. I can give you this. At this point, do you think we will still believe you? Moonlight Saint Guilun said slowly. I shouldn't. Anyway, I can't believe it. Wayne put away his ID, clenched his fist with his 5 fingers, and said, before the fight, let me make it clear that my identity is definitely fine. I'm not a devil, nor am I a void evil god. I came to Paris to investigate like you. Devil, you talk too much nonsense. Kota took a step forward, and the golden light flickered. She came to Wayne like a teleportation, and cut down with her palm like a knife. Snap! The hand knife stopped in mid-air, without touching Wayne's neck. Wayne raised his hand to hold Kota's wrist, narrowed his eyes and said, one more thing, I'm the only one who can interrupt here. Boom! Kota's body burst into a scorching flame, and the bright light was like the rising sun, with gold and red colors interweaving, setting off a sea of flames composed of fire elements. Devil, under the judgment of the sun, go back to your hell. In the high temperature, Kota's voice was almost distorted. The surging fire element rushed into Wayne's body frantically, continuously, as if there was no end. The terrifying high temperature made Wayne's face flush. He blinked and saw Kota's muscles tensed up and exerted force. In order to avoid hitting the opponent, he screamed with the high temperature of the flame. Ha ha ha. The enemy's scream made Kota laugh loudly, and then she couldn't laugh anymore. She stared with a pair of big eyes and was surprised to find that this devil was very resistant to the heat. It's not a big problem. There are as many fire elements as you want. The strong light and heat wave swept, and the dazzling fireball expanded rapidly with Kota as the center, wrapping Wayne in it, melting the ground, and creating a magma basin in a short time. Givenchy couldn't stand the high temperature, and a large amount of white sweat flowed down his face. Hearing the screams of faith, he didn't care to think too much, and rushed in with the cold bow in hand. Bang! A white palm stretched out from the side and slapped Givenchy in the face, stopping the other party's suicide. Moonlight Saint Guilun. She looked at Givenchy with an unsuspecting look. You disappoint me very much. For your betrayal, the moonlight will punish you without the help of the sun. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Frozen continent, new sealed camp. A card table rushed into the sky at high speed, and the wind rustled, breaking the silent silence. Delane grabbed back the lost chips, that is, Bayejinian, transformed into a silver-armored moonlight knight, glared at Mura and said, I knew you must have cheated. I didn't, it's obvious that you can't afford to lose. Mura spread his hands, justice is in the hearts of the people, let Delane say whatever he wants. Show your swords, Leo has got a new successor. Today's battle is about Wayne's ownership. Pull out the elemental truth. Whoever wins Wayne will go with him. The loser is not allowed to regret it. Really? You are not cheating, are you? It's so funny. When have I ever broken my promise? Delane asked loudly, with a card table falling from the sky in the background. Look, the card table doesn't believe it. Mura shook his head slightly. Although he didn't believe it either, since Delane said so, he could only take a gamble to get Wayne. Bet that Delane keeps his word. Before the fight, let me make it clear. The last time I went to London, Wayne and I rolled in the sheets. Even if you win me by chance today, he will never go with you. Delane put one hand on her waist. In order to get Wayne, she also fought hard. Mura shook her head and didn't believe it. Why, you don't believe it? Wayne won't fall to this level. Asshole, who are you looking down on? You don't even know how much he loves me. Hee. Above the frozen continent, two idle god-chosen knights fought in one place, the weather changed dramatically, and the fight was very exciting. It's just a pit. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 460. Ah. It feels so hot. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die. Why aren't you dead yet? Quick, quick, he will be burned to death soon. You burn a little more and I'm almost done. X2. Coat struggled to pull out her hand, flashed away from Wayne continuously, and looked at the devil strolling in the magma, her brows furrowed into a Chuan shape. Wayne's clothes were shaped by his thoughts. Under the terrifying heat, not only did the clothes not deform, even his hair remained intact. Such strong fire resistance, is it related to magma in the territory of hell? Kota made a mental assessment and soon discovered something unusual. She couldn't take back the fire elements wandering around. These bad-tempered little things screamed and rushed towards Wayne, ignoring her without even looking back. Fire elemental, don't contact me, for fear of Wayne misunderstanding. It's not fire resistance, but fire element affinity. A drop of cold sweat ran down Coat's forehead. As far as I know, the devil with the strongest affinity to the fire element is arrogance, fury, and lust among the seven devils. Which one are you? As far as I know, the person with the strongest affinity to the fire element is the Sun Knight who holds the proverb of the morning. You can think about it this way, Wayne complained. Even now, I still want to make excuses. Kotra pulled down her hood and waved her golden robe aside. Under the robe, he has a tall and strong figure, and his two long legs are extremely eye-catching. As a saint of the Church of the Sun, Koat's appearance is needless to say. Her face is chiseled, her delicate facial features are like the sculptures of a goddess, and her golden eyes are bright and majestic. The most eye-catching thing is a head of red hair. The fiery red hair hangs down like silk, elegant and warm, with golden light overflowing, like a ball of flame. Judging from the way she laughs at every turn, she seems to have the same personality as this red-haired one. Gilun, this devil is very interesting. Leave it to me to deal with. Don't get in the way. Koat moved her hands and feet and said arrogantly, 5 minutes. I can take him down in 5 minutes. Moonlight Saint Gilun did not say a word, but retreated to the side. It was obvious that she had great trust in the strength of the Plastic Sisters. Wayne thought to himself that it was interesting, but that was not the reason for him to beat the Sun Saint. He said tactfully, how about you all come together? 5 minutes is too difficult. I'm afraid that I will beat you into quarters in less than 2 minutes. 3 deaths. The mouth is quite poisonous. It's sweet. If you don't believe me, try it. Koat's forehead had veins bulging out, and she couldn't bear it anymore and launched an offensive directly. She took one step forward, and the life force field swept down. While she was wrapping up Wayne, she also left a special seat for Gilun so that the latter could watch her heroic performance against the devil up close. The flame world connects the sky and the earth, and is a fiery red from near to far. A big sun hangs on the dome of the world, and an endless heat wave descends, burning and twisting the entire world with overwhelming force. Wayne thought it was okay, quite cool. His approach is relatively wild. No matter how the life force field changes or who the opponent is, visiting the other party's house is just like returning to his own home. Seeing that Wayne was fine and even enjoying himself, Koat secretly said something troublesome. She didn't care on her face, but she was extremely vigilant in her heart. Little tricks like manipulating the 5 senses will not be used to make a fool of oneself. The devil's mind is powerful and is not affected by the life force field, so using it will only increase the laughing stock. Kota's eyes were closed tightly, and the cyclone wrapped around her body, making a hunting sound as her clothes rolled around. With a spark lighting up, the sea of fire gathered in the sky, wrapped and shaped, and turned into the shadow of a phoenix spreading its wings. Wayne is familiar with this thing, and it seems to be a bad fate. His current flying, heat vision, and other skills all come from the blood of the phoenix, and are inextricably linked to the Church of the Sun. If Kota is beaten to death, tortured before death, turned into a resentful spirit, and a contract is signed to acquire a new spirit of vengeance, he may be able to take a further step on the path of the Son of the Sun. Wayne thought for a moment and gave up decisively. You can't be too devilish. Boom. Kota was wrapped in flames, the phoenix's eyes were golden and red, and the agile light seemed to be a living creature. With a flutter of wings, it came to Wayne like a shooting star. The golden claws tore through the air, slicing the air with silky lines and wiping it straight towards Wayne's neck. Snap! After a flash of residual light, Wayne rushed into the phantom of the phoenix, ignoring the blazing flames. While facing Kot face to face, he hit the opponent's chin with an uppercut, and completed the dragon's rise in a flash of lightning. Kot groaned, her white neck stretched to a slender length, and her body rose uncontrollably. Wayne took a stance and danced with his arms. No punches were seen, only the marks of the fists that were sunken on Kot's chest and abdomen. He grabbed the ankle that was raised in front of him, and performed a round dance with his backhand, making the air explode with his steps. He leaned down and rushed to the ground, dragging the phantom of the phoenix to fall from high altitude at high speed. This time, it really became a shooting star. Boom! The sea of fire roared and exploded, countless sparks flew, and red waves shot up, rolling in all directions. In the center, a huge depression looks like an impact crater. Wayne grabbed Kot's ankle and smiled at her. How about it? How strong is it? If it doesn't work, I can use more force. Kot's eyes were spinning. She listened to Wayne's voice. When she came back to her senses, she found herself hanging upside down with one leg hanging in the air in a very inelegant posture. Without thinking much, she bent her knees to use her strength and hooked her other long leg around Wayne's neck, trying to use ground skills to hug him. Wayne raised his hands to block in front of him, avoiding the dilemma of being confused. He just found out that the counter-attack was very effective, but too effective. He lifted the long legs hanging around his neck and pushed it away, grabbed the two ankles, jumped into the air, and suddenly accelerated down, smashing Kota, who was held above his head, to the ground. Boom! 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 About 10 times back and forth, the two long legs were limp, without the strength that had just been straightened. Good legs. After all, she is the saint of the Church of the Sun, and the due respect should still be given. Wayne was not satisfied with the nonsense here, and threw down the two long legs and hooked his fingers at Gi-lun, who was watching the show in the distance. Why are you still standing there? It's your turn to take over. Gi-lun had a blank expression on his face and did not respond at all. Wayne was about to rush up to punch her, but he was alert to the amazing heat wave and soaring momentum behind him, and turned around suddenly and put his hands on his chest. Kota, bathed in the flames of the phoenix, revived with full health, her eyes blazing with golden light, punched Wayne's chest with a heavy punch, touched the blocking arms, and roared and pressed down with all her strength. With a bang, the space twisted, and the visible arc was pulled apart. Wayne hit his chest with both hands, and was knocked back by the overwhelming force. He was in mid-air, and there was still some disbelief on his face. After being promoted to Silver Mage, he had always crushed the opponent with his strength. This was the first time he was at a disadvantage in strength, and he suddenly felt a little nostalgic. The black afterimage cut through the sea of fire and fell into the distance like a cannonball. With a loud roar, the flame dragon rose up, and the fire column with a diameter of 100 meters rushed to the mid-air before slowly dispersing. Wayne stepped out of the flames, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his two arms ached slightly, but he changed his mind and it was no longer a problem. He looked into the distance, where Code was. The phantom of the phoenix flapped its wings, raised its head and cried silently, and behind the flaming wings, a golden phantom was extremely grand. The light and shadow were woven from thousands of golden bundles, and the face could not be seen clearly. The long golden hair dancing in the wind was like a flowing golden waterfall, and each strand emitted a dazzling light. The figure was upright and elegant, with a golden halo crowning the top of the head. The halo contained endless energy, and the majesty was too great to look directly at. Divine magic. Wayne had seen a lot of divine magic. In the final analysis, they all came through devout faith with the help of the power of the kingdom of God. In most cases, these powers did not come from the gods themselves. The divine magic performed by Code was different. She really borrowed the power of the sun goddess. By the way, Anastasia still had this ability, even if she turned into Wayne's shape, not only lost her purity, but also changed her faith. The dark goddess still allowed her to borrow divine power. No wonder you dare to come to Paris where the devils gather. You are not afraid of being locked up in a small dark room by the devils. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly and faced the power of the sun goddess. He had to think twice before taking action. What if the goddess was secretly peeping? Maybe it was another difficult Idnes. The power of the pale night was temporarily sealed. Wayne took a deep breath, golden light flashed in his eyes, and the heat of the sun was overflowing around him. He stepped on the sunken air and turned into a golden electric light, and once again killed the phantom of the phoenix. Wayne's speed was extremely fast. His 5 fingers clenched the claws and reached directly to Kote's neck. When he walked in front of her, he noticed that the latter's eyes were cold and had some divinity. Is this guy really a saint? Wayne was a little confused, and his mind paused, so his hand slowed down. Kote had disappeared in an instant. When she appeared again, she came to the top of Wayne's back. Her straight long legs were wrapped with flames, like a red whip, tearing through the wind and fire, and chopped down like a battle axe. Wayne didn't even turn his head, raised his arm to block, his body stagnated, and thought that the power was too great. The two figures met, the sea of fire boiled, and a circle of white air waves expanded, pushing away with the sound of explosion. There were 2 more flashes and exchanges, and the fire-colored ripples spread in the Red Sea, the tide rolled, and the roar was shocking. Kote was stunned and retracted her fist, surprised that the devil on the opposite side could react. Unconvinced, her body disappeared, and after reorganization, she launched another violent attack. Continuous flashes and staggered, all ended in failure. Kote said it was impossible. The devil had rich combat experience, as if it was not the first time to encounter similar attacks. There was no time to think during the battle. She lowered her body and flashed to Wayne's chest, put her hands on his shoulders and pressed down hard. While applying pressure, she climbed up with the force. Bend your knees and hit Wayne's chin with your knee. It can be seen that she is quite resentful about the rising dragon punch just now. Wayne held his chin with one hand to offset some of the force. When his body suddenly rose, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed Kote's neck tightly. Kote was not to be outdone and grabbed Wayne's neck with both hands. The style of the painting changed drastically. The two people were entangled and rolled in the red waves of fire. From a distance, the red sea of fire was the bed and the phoenix phantom was the quilt. At first glance, it looked quite serious. The phantom of the sun goddess said nothing and quietly looked down at the two people rolling below. 2 minutes later, Kote failed to wrestle and was suppressed by Wayne to the ground, with golden light in her eyes. The phantom of the sun goddess raised one hand, and a golden war spear condensed into shape. The tip of the spear cut through the metallic substance and stabbed straight down at the two people stacked together. Kote turned into light and disappeared, and Wayne dodged it like an old lady getting into the quilt. Kote stood in the distance, panting, and said in a tough tone, "What a powerful devil, with a very high affinity for the element of fire and such powerful strength. Tell me, who are you? Wayne did not reply. His mind flashed. He raised his hands and tore his coat and white shirt. You are not bad, I am not your opponent if you don't take off your clothes. He hooked his finger. Continue. Continue if you want to. Even though Wayne was shirtless, Kota was not panicked, but eager to try, clenching her fists and ready to start the second round. A white light blocked the way. The silver-white moonlight bridged the way, and the moonlight Saint Gilun came to Kota, spreading the life force field and forcibly snatching most of the space. Gilun, it's not 5 minutes yet. Don't be stubborn, you are the saint of the Church of the Sun after all. Gilun reminded with a dark face. As a saint, she felt that she was not pure when she saw the plastic sisters and the devil rolling on the ground. A saint is not an ordinary magician, and an elegant demeanor is essential. Kota's fighting style of fighting hard when the brain is hot, I am sorry that she cannot agree with it, let alone watch it. I can fight however I want. You don't need to meddle in my business. Kota was not convinced. Stupid, the devil is clearly taking advantage of you. When he takes off his pants later, will you continue to fight him in close combat? Even if he takes off his pants, I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid, okay. Gilun sent a message through his mind, your magic can't last long. I don't want you to become a prisoner who drags you down. Let's go together and take down the devil. After getting the information, you can do whatever you want with him. Kota pouted. Her mind was consuming a lot, so it was not appropriate to fight for strength. She reluctantly took a step back and agreed to Gilun's shameless behavior of grabbing heads. The silver-white moonlight spread out, the night was deep, the stars disappeared, and only the bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding a soft and peaceful light. In this light, the shadow of the moonlight goddess quietly descended. The silver long hair flowed like the Milky Way, the veil fluttered, and although her face could not be seen, her figure was hazy and elegant, with a quiet and holy temperament that protected everything. Just looking at this light and shadow, there is a sense of tranquility as if the soul has been cleansed, so quiet that it is indifferent to the world and wants to let go of the idea of fighting. Wayne shook his head to dispel the illusion, and looked again. On the left was the golden sun goddess, and on the right was the mysterious and quiet moon goddess. The two divine arts attacked him, and he couldn't help but imagine. It was purely an accident that he met two saints in Paris, but behind this accident, whether it was arranged by the two goddesses of sun and moonlight, it was a bit of a headache to think about it. The dark goddess came down personally, and the toss made him suspicious. If there were two more goddesses, he would not sleep well in the future. Wayne hoped that he was just being sentimental. Coincidence is coincidence. The saint came to Paris to investigate the partitioned church, not the goddess who came for him. Just thinking about it, he saw the divine light flashing in the eyes of the moonlight Saint Gilun. Huh! Wayne looked at the saint in surprise. After taking off the hood and unbuttoning the robe, her long white and golden hair fell down, and her hair color was exactly the same as Chris. It's not just the hair color. The moonlight saint has skin as white as snow, a beautiful face, and facial features that are vaguely similar to Chris. Especially when they are cold, they look like Chris's iceberg mode. If Wayne thinks that Gilun and Chris look alike because of the misleading hair color, then in terms of body shape, the two are exactly the same. Thin branches bear fruit, and the body proportions are almost the same. Chris has divine blood, and after the divine blood awakens, it becomes a moonlight elf, and has a close relationship with the moonlight goddess. According to this speculation, Saint Gilun. Chris, I found your sister. No, Chris is only a few years old, and the saint is old, so she should be a grandmother. No, how can the pure saint have a granddaughter? Wayne guessed that the two were related by blood, and first defined them as cousins, or distant aunts and nieces. This kind of development has more plots and is more attractive. The unruly eyes swept up and down, making Gilun furious. He raised his hand to pull the silver longbow, and the magic arrow shot directly at Wayne's forehead. She had no expression on her face, waiting for Wayne to raise his hand to hold it. This arrow is very interesting. It will not explode, but it will split. As long as the devil raises his hand to catch the arrow, he is destined to catch nothing and his eyes will be blinded. In Gilun's surprised eyes, Wayne raised his hands, predicted the path before the arrow split, and successfully intercepted it. I know this archery, Delane taught me. Wayne tried to prove something. So that's it, you have fought with Lord Delane. Okay, as long as you are happy. Wayne took a deep breath and gave up struggling. Seeing the two goddess shadows approaching slowly, Code held a golden war spear in her hand, gave up the idea of wrestling with him, pushed her hands in front of her, switched magic, and condensed a moonlight longbow. To be honest, he has always been good at archery. When he was in the frozen continent, he spent the longest time learning from Delane. Swish! The magic arrow streaked across the silver-white cold light and hit Gilun's face. The latter gently waved his palm, and the bright moonlight opened a light curtain, easily dispelling the attack. On the other side, Kote rushed over with a spear in hand. Wayne raised his hand and shot an arrow. After Kote got close to him, he held the bow with one hand to hold the tip of the spear, and drew the moonlight sword with the other hand, stepped out, and slashed at Kote's slender neck. The white and gold colors flashed and crossed, and Kote's proud body movements were full of flaws in front of Wayne. He had seen the elemental routine and performed it himself. When he wore Valkyrie, he completed similar attacks with its assistance. When he held the Dawn mantra, it was easier to transform into light. Although he couldn't master it himself, he had a keen sense of smell and knew where Kote would come out from the next second. In the one-on-one duel with Wayne just now, Kote relied on her long legs and strong strength to fight Wayne at a 50-50 draw, and was barely at a disadvantage. After joining forces with Gilun, she was completely at a disadvantage, and Gilun needed long-range attacks from time to time. Only then can you get time to breathe and adjust. 1 + 1 is less than 1, and Kote suspects that Garan is on the devil's side. The light and shadow flickered, and I don't know how many rounds passed. Kote bathes in the phoenix flames and is not afraid of physical damage, but maintaining the magic consumes a lot of thinking, and the recovery of mana from the phoenix flames alone is far from enough. Unable to make ends meet, she gradually became weaker and weaker, and the shadow of the sun goddess also dimmed a lot. Clang! Wayne raised his hand to hold the big gun, raised his eyebrows and said, "We are weak, do you want to eat?" Kota was furious, the flames rippled down, and the phantom of the phoenix surged in an instant. Its speed and power increased completely, forcing Wayne to retreat continuously. Gilun caught the two figures, her mind locked on Wayne, but she didn't dare to attack. Every time the arrow fell before, Wayne easily defused it, and sometimes she could use her attacks to hurt Kote. Those who didn't know better thought she was on the devil's side. Kote suppressed Wayne forcefully, and after less than half a minute of standing, she lost her aggressive spirit, her hands and feet gradually became weak, and the shadow of the sun goddess was crumbling. My thoughts are consumed so intensely that I can hardly hold on. You have fancy moves, poor marksmanship, loose steps, slow reflexes, and none of your moves are decent. How can you still be considered a saint? Find an honest man to marry. Kote couldn't do it, and it was Wayne's turn to do it. He kept a low profile for a long time and killed the opponent forcefully. He chopped down his sword and suppressed Kote, who was blocking with a gun, to kneel on one knee. What a coincidence, I see an honest man when I look in the mirror every day. Do you want to think about it? Kote's heart was furious, her eyes were filled with golden light, and the surging heat wave turned into two beams of light and shot out directly. Boom! Not to be outdone, Wayne's heat vision collided, gold and red colliding. After a brief stalemate, the heat vision suppressed the golden light. Coat's positioning was not good, and she was on the left. Jajajaja. The heat vision suppresses the golden light, and is only a few centimeters away from Coat's eyeballs. It can break through at any time and boil her brain. A ray of white light came from behind. What a great save, I can't continue acting anymore. Wayne was forced to stop his heat vision, and with a backhand, he inserted the magic arrow into Kota's shoulder and arm. Coat screamed in pain, the light gun in her hand turned away, and she rushed forward to meet the moonlight sword that was struck down. Wayne sheathed his sword slightly without actually cutting it. Coat was slightly startled, but without thinking much, she jumped up and grabbed Wayne's head, pressing it firmly against her chest. Wayne's vision went dark, and suddenly, a golden light shone brightly in front of him, and Coat's energetic laughter came to his ears. The phantom of the sun goddess shrank, and protected the saintess covered in golden light a second before disappearing. High in the sky, Gilun looked at the rapidly expanding golden ball, his face changed drastically, and he gathered his life force field to protect himself. Boom! The golden light soared into the sky, and it was so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at it. The golden fireball was like an ignited star, and the shock wave of the explosion swept in all directions. The rising flames rolled like a giant dragon, burning and twisting the surrounding air. The light swallowed up the entire sea of fire, and the life force field returned to its original black color. After the fire light dissipated, the high fever could not stop for a long time. Gilun spread out his life force field and rushed there immediately. He saw the disheveled Kota lying on the ground, breathing calmly and just sleeping, and his hanging heart was relieved. I didn't see the devil, he should have evaporated instantly. Gilun sensed his thoughts and checked inside and out to confirm that there was no trace of the devil, and then he put away his magic. Her body swayed slightly, and a wave of fatigue hit her heart. She waved her hand and used her thoughts to make a white cloth to cover the plastic sister's leak spring. In mid-air, foamy steam gathered and fell to the ground like raindrops. The rain was in Gilun's life force field, but she didn't react at all. Even after Wayne reshaped his body and came behind her, she still didn't feel the change. Hey hey hey! Gilun turned around and retreated violently, pulling out a white longbow with his bare hands. Too slow. Wayne grabbed her wrist, pulled her towards him, and got close to Gilun with a headbutt. Seeing that she was swaying but not falling, he held her shoulders to stabilize her. Added a headbutt. Gilun didn't say anything, just raised his head and fell down. Tisk, baby-like sleep is so enviable. Wayne rubbed his little hands. On his left was Chrissy's cousin or aunt, and on his right was his long and energetic legs. If he didn't do something, he would be sorry for being falsely accused of being a devil. Who is that? After Gilun fell into coma and her life force field dissipated, Wayne pointed at Givenchy and said, "Bring a marker over here, I can use it a lot."